because I obviously have not seen or hadn't seen the past 2 weeks. But I actually blitzed them last night, where I sat down and I watched the 2 episodes that I'd missed. I actually thought there was some really good wrestling in there. Obviously, they did the women's matches, which was to try and figure out who was going to go in that Fatal 4-Way. And then we did the Fatal 4-Way. Winner would go on to face JC at Evolution. And so I was watching those matches. I thought the 4-Way was okay. I thought that was fine. I wasn't blown away by it, to be honest. It was a Fatal 4-Way. But the qualifying matches to get into the 4-Way, I actually thought were really good. Like, I really enjoyed those. There was some really interesting matchups, some really interesting results, and I really enjoyed watching those matches. Honestly, I thought it was really, really good. Then, of course, you've got the whole Trick Williams situation, him with Joe Hendry, and that whole situation. And so, yeah, that's kind of interesting. I think the way that Trick's character has kind of continued to evolve into like being a heel, and just kind of how animated is being backstage. I thought that was very interesting. I gotta say, I found the Tony and Stack stuff to be a little bit underwhelming. Like, they did some in-ring sections where the timing felt a little off. The segment just felt a bit flat. I don't know what it is about the Tony stuff, but I don't know. It's not quite hitting the way that I thought it would. And I can't quite put my finger on as to why it's struggling. But, if you go back a couple of weeks ago and have a look at when Luca's in the ring and Tony's in the ring and Stax comes down and Luca accidentally hits Tony, like, there's moments there where the timing is just a little bit off and it all seems a little bit clunky. And I was like, I don't know why this isn't quite... And people are like, where's the Riz? Which is a perfectly good question, to be honest. Where is the flipping Riz? Haven't seen her in so long. So, yeah, the Stax Tony story is... I really like the family and I really like those people. But, I don't know, there's something about it that's just not clicked. It's just not quite fallen right, and some of the pacing isn't quite right, and... yeah, so I'd say if there's like some downs, I'm kind of down on those, but it's savable. I was up on some of the in-ring. Blake Monroe, of course, she signed her contract, ended up getting put through a table. Ricky Starks, or Ricky Saints, was on the show last week. Do you know what I did notice? I think we didn't have Ricky Saints or Ethan 2 weeks ago, but we had them last week, and I think we might have had Blake Monroe 2 weeks ago. I don't know if we had her last week. So they've got like they're kind of like rotating the talent, or certainly they did over the last 2 weeks. They didn't just put everyone onto both shows. Like, there was some weeks that you wouldn't see some people, and then you would see them the following week. And Ricky and Blake in particular kind of stood out as people that I don't believe we saw. We didn't see Ricky 2 weeks. I don't think we saw Blake 2 weeks in a row. So, yeah, I don't know. I think I probably enjoyed the show from 2 weeks ago better than last week's show. But still really good quality. Really, really good quality. So, really, I was pleased I caught up with those, because it's given me a good understanding as to, where we are right now. So, let's go down. See if we can get a preview. Yeah, no, there is no preview, unfortunately. Or certainly not on the WWE website. Let's go over to WWE NXT X accounts. See if they've got a preview over there. Right, Inamura is taking on what's his name? Jasper Try. He's going to take him on to figure out who's going to be the new number one contender against Oba Femi. So we've got that. Wes Lee takes on Joe Hendry. Wes Lee is going to try and soften up Joe Hendry for Trick Williams. We got Myles Borne taking on Lexis King. There wasn't really much of a build there. They just sort of bumped into each other backstage. Lexis was trying to talk to Myles. Myles was pretending to ignore him, and that was all we had there for that. And that's it. That's all we have in regards to kind of preview for tonight's show. So maybe not the most stacked episode tonight, but I don't know. It could be okay. Obviously, we're building towards Great American Bash. That is going to be not this weekend, but the weekend after. I believe that is... Well, I believe that's then, isn't it? I believe that's on the same day as it is Saturday night's main event. When is Great American Bash? Now I've sat here and said that. Great American Bash 2025. Great American Bash is July 12th. So, yeah, I think that's not this weekend, but the weekend after. So, yeah, we're obviously building towards that. At the moment, we've got a couple of matches that are lined up for Great American Bash. People are saying this might be a tape show. I honestly don't know, because obviously I wasn't around last week as this was being sorted. So what I can tell you is I've not seen any spoilers, and I've not seen any news in relation to this show. So it absolutely could be a tape show. But yeah, I am looking forward to getting back into, watching this on a weekly basis. It's been my favourite show of 2025. So to be back watching it again is great. I've missed it. Right. Did England beat Germany, said Dan. They did. They did it in extra time. They scored in the 92nd minute in extra time, and then just had to hang on, and Germany were hitting the post, and it was all quite dramatic, but England actually did get the job done in the end. Yes. So that was a big deal for us, because obviously football is in America, you guys obviously love your American football. Over here, soccer is our big thing. So, everyone knows how big the World Cup is, yeah? So, the biggest thing for this country would be if we were to win the World Cup. That would be, the streets would just be going doolally. The country would lose its flipping mind if that ever happened, right? So, for our under-21s, our kids, to win, a big tournament is obviously a good sign for the future. So, that's basically what that was the other day. England's under-21s. Which are basically the players almost ready for the main team. They won a big tournament, beat Germany. And we were talking about that quite a bit on the stream the other day. Daze, are you going to the cricket? England, India starts tomorrow. No, but I was really tempted to go, but we tried to get tickets and we didn't get them. We actually, the way that it works is that you apply for tickets. So you go, I'd like to try for England West Indies the one day. I'd like to try for the India test. But the thing with me is I've only got certain days I can really go for, because obviously I stream SmackDown. And the thing is, if you're at the cricket all day and then you come back and then you got to stream, I'd be dead. I would be like, oh, guys, how you do? I'd be so drained that for me, it would be really hard to do that. So I think it's best that I just try and stick to things like a Thursday or a Sunday, or those kinds of days. And so I applied for whatever I could get, and I did get tickets, but I only got them for the West Indies game. And I actually went to that last month. I went to England versus West Indies one day at Edgbaston. In regards to the India one, I just couldn't get tickets. But I have heard there's still the odd ticket that's floating around. My dad, who has retired now, he did say to me, I wouldn't mind going to that if there was still tickets. So he was kind of implying that, he wouldn't mind going to it or whatever. So I was like, well, I can't. I can only do it on certain days. So if it goes to a fifth day, which I think would be the Sunday, I think I'll probably go. If it does go to a fifth day, I'll probably go. But obviously, a lot of test games, they don't go that far. So, I don't know. No plans to go, but really looking forward to that starting. Yeah, should be really, really good. Can you change the chat? Oh, right, yeah. I just jumped over from a member stream. And so our chat is not set up to this NXT one. We can do that. Boom. There we go. This is going to be great, says David. Oh, David's excited. The last test went 5 days, yes. And honestly, I mean, it was so frustrating seeing Headingley, which is in Leeds, so empty on that final day. I would have been there. I'd have gone. I would have gone. I would have absolutely gone. Like they were saying tickets were like 20 quid. And I mean, that's incredible that you can see like a cricket match, England against India, like two of the biggest teams in the world of cricket, playing like a game that matters. And not only that, I said to my dad, what other sport is there in the world where it gets to like the really good bit and like they haven't sold the tickets for it and they make the tickets cheap? The thing with cricket, a lot of people watching won't know, but the thing with test cricket is it's over 5 days, but a lot of games end at about 4 days, right? Because basically one team has a go, then the next team has a go, then it goes back to the other team, they have another go, and then the other team has a go, right? And that takes 4 days to do, basically. Batting and just trying to score as many runs as you can. The one team's trying to get them out, and it takes a long time to get a team out, or it should take a long time to get a team out. It takes a long time to get a team out. So basically, each team goes twice, bats twice. And, it takes, from 11 o'clock in the morning till 6 o'clock at night. That's a day. It takes about 4 days to play a game. And, you can get scores of like 400 runs. And against one team will have 400, the other team will have 420, so that team's leading at the halfway point, then the other team goes again, then the other team goes again, and then whoever's got the most runs when you add the two scores together wins the game. And basically that takes a long time. The thing is though, they don't sell 5-day tickets in advance because there's no guarantee the game is going to go that long. But if it does, then it must mean it's a really good game. And so it did the other day. It went to a 5th day, and it was really tense, and it was really good. And they were like, yeah, come on down. We haven't sold any tickets because we didn't know it was going to go this long. So tickets are like 20 quid. All the other days are like 100 and some £1. But on the best day, the most tense day, the day where the game is actually reaching its climax, like we're going to figure out who's going to win, they're like, yeah, come on down, 20 quid a ticket. It's like, what other sport does that? It's crazy, isn't it? No, what other sport does that? But it's because, people have obviously got work and, people aren't necessarily just able to drop everything and go to the cricket. Like, they need to plan well in advance to be off work. But, so frustrating. If you're a cricket fan and, you're hearing that tickets are like 20 quid... for like a really fantastic game that you've been watching for 4 days or following the action of for 4 days. Imagine that. Imagine in the basketball, in the finals, they play 4 games and then it gets to the 5th game and they're like, yeah, come on down. Tickets are like $20. It is pretty crazy. So if Edgbaston, if the England cricket game goes to 5 days this weekend, then I'll be definitely interested. Days. John Cena has got 15 dates left, said AAA. As we said, we think that he will beat Cody at SummerSlam, but do we think he's going to continue his title reign with so little dates? Does it mean he loses soon? No, I don't think so. I think that he is going to... I think he gets past SummerSlam. The story that he is telling is that he is looking to ruin wrestling, right? He's looking to walk away and ruin wrestling and take the belt with him. And so he is really open, I think, to running this late and carrying that belt late and really investing in this story and kind of committing to this story of I'm going to ruin wrestling. I mean, he keeps banging on about it. So as I said the other day, like, is he going to just abandon that now? I mean, on the one hand, you can say there's only 15 dates left. On the other hand, you can say that's pretty much half of the dates that he announced at the start of the year, because he announced, was it 32 dates, something like that at the start of the year? And he's got 15 left. So it depends how you want to look at it. If your glass half empty, there's only 15 dates left. If your glass half full, he's still got half his dates left. So I sort of think that he obviously is going to have some dates in the build up to SummerSlam. He's obviously going to be doing Survivor Series. We need some dates for his final match, of course. There's going to be some other B shows, I'm sure, that he'll make appearances on. So yeah, there's those dates will quickly go, but it doesn't really change my opinion about who, if he's going to win or not at SummerSlam. I'm still leaning towards that he will. I'm still leaning towards he leaves as champion and that he's going to keep committing to this story of he's going to ruin wrestling. The one thing I don't know, though, is when he turns back face, because I'm sure he will before the end of the year. But is that going to be months before the end of the year? Or is it just going to be a match before the end of the year? Or could it be that this double turn that people keep talking about, could that actually happen in his final match? Could it be that in that final match you get the double turn where, Cody gets the belt back in that final match but has to turn heel doing it? Cena turns face in that match, ends the match as face, which means that, he gets to leave with the crowd going crazy and the admiration and all of that. Cody gets the belt back, but at what cost? That what people are maybe theorizing for SummerSlam could absolutely be delayed for later in the year. So a lot of people will be like, I don't want to see it 3 times, but I don't know. I think Cody is going to be in the conversation here for getting that belt back. And if it's not going to be at SummerSlam, then part of me will wonder if they will look to run it a 3rd time. I don't know. It's difficult. Booking the rest of John Cena's year is a little bit challenging because I just think that at every stage there's so many different directions that you can go in. It really just comes down to which one have they chosen. I mean, you can turn him face at SummerSlam. You can take the belt off him at SummerSlam. You can keep him heel. He could lose the belt but stay heel. He could keep the belt and stay heel. He could lose the belt but turn face. He could keep the belt and turn face at SummerSlam. And then that moves us forward. And then obviously that has repercussions as to what do we do after that and blah, 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 blah. So the one thing that I think, again, zooming out, right, without kind of going into the weeds, the one thing I think I'm really focused on is the fact that he is looking to ruin wrestling. He keeps talking about it. They've spent a lot of time talking about it. I think they're really committed to it. And that's why I think at the end of the year, we're probably going to run it close, which is why I don't think he is going to, at SummerSlam, I don't think he's going to lose the title. I think he will get through. But they've got to have something up their sleeve because Cena retains against Cody is just a little flat, isn't it, really? Unless you've got something juicy in there. And maybe that juicy thing is going to be that Randy comes down to help Cody, but Randy turns on Cody. Something like that would be juicy because then that means that you've got a Randy-Cody feud after SummerSlam. And so, that would be juicy. Cena retains, but it's actually thanks to Randy Orton. What is going on? And, I wonder if we planted the seeds for a betrayal like that at Night of Champions because of, how upset Randy was at the fact he had lost to Cody. Because I feel like if Cena retains at SummerSlam, you've got to have something else. There's got to be something else there. You can't just have Cena win and that's it. Because it would be too flat, honestly. It It would be a bit flat for a main event of SummerSlam just to do that. Although Triple H has shown that he's willing to do kind of flat endings. I mean, think about WrestleMania 39. Think about WrestleMania 40. The only thing about 41, sorry. The only thing about 41 is we did get a new champion, but people were still really down on it. But people were really down on the ending of 39 when Cody tried and failed against Roman, and that was it. The show just ended. So, I don't know. I mean, I suppose you could have seen a win and the show ends. Triple H has shown that he will do that. But I would like to think they've got something a bit more creative up their sleeve. So, yeah, it's one of those likely, unlikely. At the moment, I'm thinking it's more likely Cena retains. That's it. I haven't got any kind of big booking strategies or I think this is going to go there and that's going to go there. I just think I'm looking at it and I'm like, is Cody going to get his belt back at SummerSlam? I think with the amount of talk about ruining wrestling and going to the end of the year and SummerSlam being in early August, you know, just from that point of view with like how many months are left until the end of the year, I don't know why you would talk about ruining wrestling and leaving with the belt and last real champion and do all that talk just to then just lose the belt at SummerSlam in August. This is why I'm thinking Cena will get through SummerSlam. Big Time said Daze Matt Riddle really fell off. He started an OnlyFans today. Showed a tease with an emoji covering his peep. To think what this guy was going to be something after his RK Bro run. That's a real shame, honestly. That's a real shame. And the other thing as well is that there's not really a comeback from that. I mean, WWE apparently said to Shotzi that they weren't going to hire her because she had some risky pictures out there. And then as time went by, they changed their mind. They ended up bringing her in. But I don't know. I mean, with Riddle kind of doing like full frontal nudity, I don't know, mate. I don't know if there's going to be a comeback from that. I mean, it's one of those, isn't it, where if you Google search him, you're going to probably, you know, find those pictures quite easily. And, you know, WWE is not going to want kids in that situation, like searching for their hero and being confronted with naked images. So I think that would close the door to his wrestling career, or certainly his WWE career. Listen, maybe that's a door that's already closed. Perhaps he's already thought about it and he's looked at it and he's like, do you know what? I can make more money if I do this. I'm not ashamed of my body and I'd much rather kind of, you know, make money than worry about having a WWE career. I don't know. It's a shame. It's a shame. Ben said, did you see that the Saudi PLE last Saturday got high views? But is Super WrestleMania in Saudi imminent and takes its place away from England? Either way, you will be streaming it. Yeah, of course I'm streaming. I didn't see the numbers on the views, to be honest, so I can't really comment on that. A Super WrestleMania, I certainly hope they don't go with that name, because I think that's not right at all. Super WrestleMania would be an awful name because you're sort of implying that it's better than WrestleMania, and I don't think anything should be positioned as being better than WrestleMania. You know, if you've got like a WrestleMania and then a Super WrestleMania, the message you're sending to the casual fans is this is the big deal. This is like WrestleMania but better. This is like the super version. And to be honest with you, I'd have very little confidence that a Saudi WrestleMania would be better than WrestleMania. I mean, I don't know if you can have anything better than WrestleMania. That's where the biggest matches take place and biggest moments. And I don't really know how you could get better than WrestleMania. So I'd be really, really against that as a name. I don't know how you would word it, to be honest. I think you got to be really careful. I'm worried about WrestleMania in Saudi Arabia because the Saudi Arabian shows to me feel so hollow. They don't feel like they feel like jumped up B shows, and I struggle to maybe explain why. I think it's because with WrestleMania, we go into a WrestleMania season. You know, with WrestleMania, we start talking about it months in advance. You know, the road to WrestleMania starts at the Rumble, and the Rumble winner faces the champion at WrestleMania, and we go into this WrestleMania season. And WrestleMania actually influences the quality of the shows and the viewership of the shows for months before it even happens. Like, we watch shows in February, a Raw, and we will have conversations like, does this feel like it's WrestleMania season? This doesn't really feel like it's WrestleMania season. And like, we're talking about WrestleMania, we're thinking about WrestleMania, we're building to WrestleMania for months and months and months. There's none of that with the Saudi shows. It's kind of like we do, I don't know, Money in the Bank, whatever, and then it's like, right, we've got 2-3 weeks. We don't go on the road to Crown Jewel or the road to Night of Champions or the road to Super Showdown or whatever. We don't have a show where there's a big, I mean, people love the Rumble. So the fact that the winner of a show that people love, it's a lot of people's favorite show of the year, the fact the winner of that goes to WrestleMania and fights for a championship, that's huge. We don't have a show that people absolutely love where the winner of that show that people absolutely love fights for the title in Saudi Arabia at one of their shows. We don't have that. So for me, I think you can book a really strong card and you can have a red hot crowd and you can have a decent sized stage. But if it just feels like we've kind of rushed towards the show and it's been 2-3 weeks since the previous show and we haven't been on the road to it and we haven't built it, and it's just going to feel like another show. It's just going to feel like another B show. I mean, a B plus show if you want, right? It's not, or even an A minus show or whatever, but it ain't going to feel like WrestleMania. And the other thing as well is that WrestleMania, you've got the Thursday where you've got all these WWE Worlds, and you've got, like, you know, the have you heard they're doing club nights, and they've got the comedy show, and they've got all this kind of garnish around, which I'm sure they would look to try and do some stuff for around a Saudi WrestleMania. But having not seen them do that for any of the Saudi shows so far, that I would say would be missing as well. I'd need to see that for a Saudi WrestleMania. So, you know, the build would have to be different. We would need to be on the road to it. We would need to have another show that supports it, where the winner of that then goes to fight for the title. You know, you would need to do all of these things to really make it feel like it was worthy of the WrestleMania name. And honestly, I worry about it because I don't know that level of detail and level of work would be done for a WrestleMania later in the year. And so then that means that the second WrestleMania is going to feel like, you know, inconsequential, or it's not going to feel like it's worthy of the WrestleMania name. And I think you got to really be careful to not ruin the WrestleMania brand and not ruin the WrestleMania name. So yeah, I'm interested in seeing what they do with that. There's obviously rumors of them running 2 WrestleManias a year, and the belief is that second one might be the Saudi one. More so than the one that's in April. If they give them the April one, perhaps I would feel a bit more comfortable, because that would be WrestleMania. Like, and it would still have the build, and it would still have the Rumble, and it would still have everything. Maybe, you know, that one in April, I would feel like it is WrestleMania. And if you give that to Saudi and you've still got all the garnish, you know, I think I'd feel okay with that. Still wouldn't love it, but I would recognize it that it was WrestleMania. But if you're going to introduce a second one, then those would be the issues. Those would be the concerns that I would have, is that you don't really have the support for it. You don't have the room to have a road towards it. And, you know, are we going to start the conversation about it months and months in advance like we do the normal WrestleMania? So, yeah, it's an interesting one because, as we said, there's been a lot of chatter about introducing that potentially introducing that second one, which a lot of people think would be maybe even a regular WrestleMania in Saudi. Let's go down. Daze, who do we think is going to be the WrestleMania 42 main event? Everyone is saying it's going to be Cody versus Punk. Do we think that we will win the Rumble? Who will win the Rumble? I think that Sammy is what I'm looking at as the Rumble winner. We spoke about that the other day. I think it makes sense what with a lot of what I'm seeing with the way he's being booked. I mean, the way he's being booked right now feels different. The guy is actually picking up victories, and I think it feels different to kind of what we've seen from him. They're giving him wins for starters and regular TV time, and he's talking a lot about not being a champion. And so I'm liking what I'm seeing as a Sammy fan as we are getting closer towards the Rumble next year. Obviously, it might not go that way, but I can see why people are saying what they're saying. In regards to the WrestleMania main event, I'd love for The Rock to be involved. I think Rock Cody is a match we really, really need. So, I mean, look, it could be Cody Punk. We absolutely could do that. It could be that it's going to be something to do with... I think Cody will be involved. I don't think that it won't. I don't think it'll be Roman. I think that Roman will be around maybe the main event of night one. But to be honest with you, it could be Cody Seth if this group keeps getting built up. And I don't know if Seth gets his hands on that championship or wants to try and find a way of getting, like, you know, the WWE title or whatever. I know he's kind of circling around the World Heavyweight Championship, but Seth's one of their biggest heels right now, and so I've got to think he stands a chance of being in the mix. Plus, outside of his cash in, has he main evented night two? Other than because he wasn't technically in the main event, was I mean, like, he cashed in during the match to insert himself in it, but he was not advertised going into it as being in the main event. He kind of used the money in the bank to insert himself in the main event after it had already started. Other than that, I don't know if he's actually main evented and gone last. So I think like Seth would be in the mix as well. I agree. Punk on night two, I think, is perfectly acceptable shout. I think that is still something he needs to achieve, and it's hard to see Cody not being in that mix. I don't know quite how you get to it, but yeah, I could see that. Sammy winning the Rumble, going after like Gunther, I can see that. Roman being maybe around Seth, but I mean, I think that's going to be happening at SummerSlam. So are we still going to do that by WrestleMania? Probably not. I think we will have moved on by then. So I don't know what that would mean for Roman, to be honest. Yeah, what does Roman do at WrestleMania? That's a good question. But I mean, it's a long way away, isn't it? It's a bit too early to be booking that. I mean, we're just fumbling in the dark, really. Rumours are that WWE is looking to do 3 Saudi events next year. It feels like we're seeing TKO dig their fangs in more. I think there was something, though, to do with, have they only done 1 this year? I think they're doing 3 next year because they've only done 1 this year. So I think they're looking at doing, like, not... Because I think, don't they try and do 2 a year? And so I think they're only doing 3 next year because they're only doing 1 this year, or something like that. I mean, I agree. Like, make no mistake about it. TKO, if they can make enough money from it, would be open to going to Saudi as much as possible for as much as possible. But I think there might be a little bit more to that 3 dates next year situation. I think it might be to do with us only going once this year, if my memory serves correct. Do we ever think we'll get Roman and Rock? Rocky is 53, can't wrestle forever. Well, you know, maybe that's WrestleMania next year. I mean, I think The Rock has got, like most people, at least 2 matches he's got to do. Before he calls it quits, I think there's 2 matches he needs to do. And if I'm The Rock, I might even be looking at John and being sort of inspired by actually calling it quits. I mean, I think the thing with The Rock is that he's probably got another 5 years where he can just come in and do the odd match. I mean, isn't Goldberg 58? I think, wasn't it? Might as well just look. I can easily Google search it. How old is Goldberg? Goldberg is 58. So Goldberg's going to have his last match. And he's 58 years old. So if The Rock is 53, it's probably not unfair to suggest that he could still do a match over the next 5 years. So I wonder if, obviously not on a regular basis, just once a year. I wonder if he will announce a last match. Maybe he'll do it at the age of 55. Perhaps, he might not need to go till he's 58. The only thing is, though, he's on the TKO boards, and he knows that if he has a match, it's going to boost ratings, it's going to be a massive deal, it's going to be great for the company, and he's on the board, and he's got TKO stock, and he knows that it's in his interest to make this company as successful as possible. And he has got the ability to do that by having a match whenever his schedule allows. I think he definitely has another match. I don't think he's done. I think he definitely has another match. Surely it's got to be against Roman. That thing is absolutely huge. I mean, if we never do Rock Roman, we've just absolutely dropped the ball. So Rock Roman is a match that we need to do. And we also need to do him against Cody. Honestly, if we never do that match, I think that's ridiculous, considering the history. So that's a match that we need to do as well. So those two at the very minimum, but you could probably make an argument for several others. I mean, I think people would be down for seeing Seth and Rock. People would be down for seeing Punk and Rock. I mean, Punk and Rock, I think people would really love, considering their history. So I think people would be really down for that. You could maybe even do like a Gunther versus The Rock. You could maybe even do something along those lines. But I think those two of Cody and, Randy against The Rock as well. But yeah, I think Cody and Roman, they are definitely the top two. But yeah, I agree. Time-wise, we are definitely running out of time. Hannah said, Daze, if Saudi owned WWE, then the following PLEs would took place: Mega Money in the Bank, the Colossal Clash in Saudi, the Biggest Bash in Saudi, and the Enormous Elimination Chamber. Yeah, that's true. The Greatest Royal Rumble. I just worry about them messing with the WrestleMania name, honestly, because I just think, like, if ever you put the WrestleMania name on something, you're obviously leaning into that brand. And that brand is so well established right now, so well respected. Even non-wrestling fans know that the biggest show, the grandest show is WrestleMania. I mean, I think there's a reverence to it. I think there's a respect. I think that name, that brand, even without WWE, just the WrestleMania name and WrestleMania brand on its own is like, it just, so valuable. It is so valuable. It really does. There's not many things in this world where you can announce tickets for an event and they will sell out before you even announce a single person that's going to be there. They could announce tickets on sale for next year's WrestleMania next week and tickets will start selling. You know it. I know it. It's what they do. They like WrestleMania tickets now available. Get your packages and all this sort of stuff. And, that's what they do. They get them out and they don't announce matches till much closer to the time. But the thing is, that you're going to see the top stars in the top matches, and they've proven that, and there's a trust there. And so I just get nervous about them kind of messing around with the WrestleMania name, because I don't want that brand to get damaged. I don't want that reputation to suffer in any way. It's been built up over decades. And, you say WrestleMania and just wrestling fans just, go giddy because it's the grandest stage, isn't it? So, I don't know, it's risky, and it kind of bringing in a second one and it being like in Saudi and it not maybe having the same build or the same feel. And I don't know. I hope that they consider that. Because what money they make from it, they might end up hurting themselves in the long run, So yeah, I'm sure they will consider that. It's like Glastonbury, isn't it? And I'm sure you have festivals maybe like Coachella in America where they don't even announce a single band. They just say tickets on sale and people buy them. Because that the biggest acts, the biggest music acts in the world are going to be there. They are going to get... The thing with Glastonbury, which has just been on actually over here, it's just the weekend just gone, is that, the main eventers were like Olivia Rodrigo, Neil Young, 1975. The second stage had Doechii. The second stage on the other night had Charlie XCX. They had The Prodigy. Honestly, you could go down the card. At tea time, they had Rod Stewart, who might not be everyone's cup of tea, but the amount of people that went to see him was crazy. It was on TV and the field was full because people just want to have a little sing-song to stuff they, grew up with or whatever. And the thing with Glastonbury is there's several stages. I think there's actually 3,000 acts that play across like 3-4 days across several stages. And people just know that even if the headliners don't do it for you, you're going to find something that's going to work for you. You're going to find rock, you're going to find indie, you're going to find dance, you're going to find folk, you're going to find legends, you're going to find emerging talent, you're going to find everything. Whatever you're looking for, it's going to be available somewhere. And so people just buy it on the strength of the name Glastonbury. And the same is true of WrestleMania. Daze, now that we're exactly halfway through, would you like to see a year-over-year graph of NXT ratings? It's from WrestleNomics. It's an interesting comparison. I don't mind. I'd imagine it's pretty strong. The only thing I'd say is this time last year, they were looking to sell, weren't they? So weren't they, really pushing the show? Weren't we, really doing some good stuff as we were trying to find a buyer for the show? So... yeah, I'd have a look at that. It might be. I don't know what I would learn from it though, to be honest. I sort of feel like NXT's in a really good place consistently around the 700 odd range. My guess is this time last year we were probably around the 600,000, 650 range, but occasionally going up as we were bringing in main roster stars. That would be my guess, but that's just a guess. That's just a memory test. Nightmare said PLE or match names that would be in bad taste, anything related or similar to Over the Edge, having a World War III match anywhere in the Middle East. Mayor Pete said, good day everyone, having a rough day. I lost a close friend in my small friend group. I'm hoping that NXT in the stream will be an escape. Mayor Pete, I'm really sorry to hear that, buds. Shout out to you. I'm really sorry to hear that. There's nothing that anyone can say, of course, but yeah, I'm sorry to hear that news. Sorry to hear that's happened. Mexico has got a great culture, says Ben, in history, and they make good noise. Tom, we don't need another crybaby crying today about being banned. Carl said, what is the chance that Charles Robinson screws over Cena in a match? I think he finally woke up. What is the chance that Charles Robinson screws over Cena in a match? I don't know. I don't know if they're going to do anything there. I think refs get kind of abused on a regular basis, don't they? I'm not expecting much follow up to that. James says, Mayor Pete, sorry for your loss. Yeah, that's rough, dude. I'm sorry. Nothing like losing friends and family. Sorry to hear that, says Nick. Days, they're spiking numbers with Becky and Dom in 2023. TV deal was announced 2023. Okay. I'm getting my 23 and 24 confused. Last year was just NXT on USA. Well, I'd imagine we're looking good then, because from what I understand, ratings have been really strong this year, and we know that CW are absolutely thrilled with how things are going. So, yeah, it's been the best show as well. I mean, they deserve it. It's been an amazing brand, NXT, this year. I think consistently a lot of people have said it's their favourite show. So this is why, you know, I'm really pleased to be back doing this. I'm really pleased to be back kind of getting stuck into NXT again. Because, you know, we carried on our Raw streams in Egypt and we carried on our SmackDown streams in Egypt, but we didn't carry on the NXT streams because I think I'm right in saying that both days were the days that I was traveling. I remember that 2 weeks ago on the Tuesday, I was literally flying at the time of the NXT show 2 weeks ago. And I can't remember if that was exactly true of last Tuesday, but it was there or thereabouts. So, but it was like traveling and it was all impacted. So, yeah, it wasn't possible to do them, but it is so like lovely to be back doing them now. But what theme have you found catchy and funny? I thought Chavo's theme, where the lady said, "Oh, Chavo," or Coach's theme of "The World Is Watching Me." What theme did I find funny? I don't really think I've ever found any theme funny, to be honest. I don't know. That's a hard question, honestly. I'm really struggling to think of any theme that I've really found funny that I'm like, oh my God, that's brilliant. That's hilarious. Has anyone ever found a theme funny? That'll be an interesting one. Let's see if anyone's got any answers to that. I'm trying to think of like comedy characters, and I'm trying to think if any of them have had any themes that have like really made me laugh. I think the Chavo lady voice one just sort of, that one to me was a bit like, oh, Sean. It was a little bit sexy boy. Michael Coles, no, I can't really think of one, honestly. I'll be interested to know if anyone else has got any examples of funny themes. Nick says, firing in a membership. Shout out to you, buds. Appreciate it. Nightmare said, what do we think WWE needs to do to make NXT a bigger deal than just their developmental brand? I think they're doing it. And I think they're getting the result for it. And honestly, I think it's stuff we've spoke about. I think it's things we've kind of spoke about before. I think they're doing them, and I think it's working for them. And I'm not patting us on the back for that. I'm just saying that I think they've already done stuff that we've already spoke about. And what we've spoke about and what we've said is that the problem with NXT when it was kind of certainly under Vince, but I would even argue like pandemic and all of that, was that we were struggling to bring in indie talent. I go back to when NXT was at its peak, which for me is probably 2014, 2015. 2014, 2015 is what I would regard as peak NXT. That's where you've got Kevin Owens, Finn Balor, Shinsuke, I think, is coming in around that time. You got the Four Horsewomen. You've got like takeovers that are starting to kind of leave the Full Sail. I mean, you had Full Sail as well, which I still think is their best venue they've done. You know, I think that's better than the Performance Center. Full Sail, I just loved. I think what I'm seeing from the PC in recent months is there is much more of a community there now. I think there's a lot of people that go to the shows on a weekly basis. And I don't know if you've noticed, but there seems to be a guy in the crowd that will say something and then the fans will respond. So he'll be like, mama na, hama na, mana, mama na, mama na, mana. Like, he's like conducting them. He's like the band leader, if you will. Like, it's a call and response type thing. I don't know what he's saying, but it's a bit like part of me, when I hear that, I'm expecting them all to break out like drums and trumpets and them all to like launch into a song, because they seem to be like quite a close community, actually, that NXT crowd now. And I think that's took a little bit of time for that to sort of form. I still think the amount of people they have in the crowd at the PC is down on what was at Full Sail. I don't know the numbers. I don't know the comparison. But Full Sail, it had that community feel. It was a lot of regulars that went year after year after year. And you'd see the same faces in the crowds. And to me, it felt bigger. And it felt noisier. But actually, I've got to give NXT credit, because I do think in recent times that even that has improved. But I think what they had back in 2014, 2015 was they had the crowds. They had Full Sail, which was a great venue. They had the best indie talent coming in. And I think the talent that was kind of coming through, that was like learning, it was still indie talent as well. I don't know that they were really getting no ones and training them in-house. I think everyone that was there had come off the indie circuit, had been selected from the indies. So everyone already had a certain standard and could do. And they had, the other thing they had as well is they'd work their characters out on the indie scene, right? I think what happens with WWE and NXT is we go through this periods where WWE is probably frustrated at the lack of big people coming in, big guys. And so they do next in line. And that means that you get these great athletes, but you've got to train them from scratch. And they have no idea about selling, about moveset, about putting a match together, about promos. What's their character? They don't have one. What's their catchphrase? They don't have one. What's their music? They don't have any. Like, they have nothing. They are absolutely from nothing. And I think we go through a period, and I think it was like really 2.0, to be honest with you, where we have all this talent that kind of hits, that's next in line, that's trying to work it out, trying to work out how to pose, how to sell, how to wrestle, how to structure a match, what their character is, how to do promos, how to work the crowd. Like, it's one thing to go into a job not knowing one aspect and like having to tweak that aspect, or like being a bit nervous about, oh, I can do all that, but I'm not so sure about this. But I think what we were seeing is we were seeing a lot of people that were trying to perfect a lot of different elements. And I think it was hard. NXT 2.0 is a real struggle, I think. I think it's a real low point because we get bombarded with all these new faces. And I think the quality of the work is mixed at best. There is a sprinkling of some ex-wrestlers in there, you know, like Carmelo. He'd done like indie work, but there is a big bulk of people that I think just get picked up through next in line. So for me, 2014, 2015, we're bringing in indie talent that know what they're doing, know how to work a crowd, and it means that we've got experience, we've got people that understand this job, that can go out there in, don't forget, it was only an hour back then as well. It wasn't 2 hours, it was only an hour, so everything was pacey. It was like, you know, like Evolve, you know, it's like, if it's bad, it doesn't matter, it's not going to stick around very long. And, you know, you didn't see everyone every week, so join us next week. Finn Balor's going to be on the show. Oh, God, I love Finn Balor. He's on the show next week. Finn Balor's on. Sasha Banks is on the show next. Oh my God, the boss is back next week. So you might have just watched Alexa and Charlotte and Kevin Owens and a few other people that are trying to, you know, like a Bull Dempsey or someone, and the Vaudevillains or whatever, right? Well, join us next week because we've got flipping Sasha Banks, we've got Finn Balor, we've got Samoa Joe, we've got, and that's what it was like back in like 2014, 2015, 2016. And it was great, and you just watch people that knew what they were doing, and you knew they would go to be big stars, and the majority of them have gone and done exactly that. And we sort of went from that, we moved more into next in line, and we moved more into people having to learn, and all of a sudden the standard drops. Might not have dropped drastically, it might not have just crashed, but all of a sudden you are watching people that really, it ain't hitting the same. And I think going to 2 hours as well, I think that was a little bit of an issue at first, because I don't think seeing everyone every week is always great. I really enjoyed NXT when you didn't see everyone every week, and so you could really be excited about, oh yeah, Finn Balor next week, I wonder what he's gonna do, and I wonder if we'll see the Demon. And I don't know, it felt like their TV time mattered more because you didn't get to see them on a weekly regular basis unless they were involved in a big feud, and so obviously that feud would play out, of course. But yeah, there'd be times where people would go away for a little bit, come back, and whatever. So I think we went through some changes with NXT, of course. Certainly Next in Line was a big change. But I think since Evolve opened up, I think that's been a huge change. And since LFG started, I think that's been a huge change. Because I think if there was no LFG and there was no Evolve, a lot of that talent, they would be trying to mix in with NXT now. You would have had breakout tournament. We haven't had a breakout tournament so far this year, right? You would have had a breakout tournament where you would have watched a lot of low-level, Evolve-level talent that are trying to work this out. You would have watched them on NXT. And I'm sorry to say that I understand that NXT is developmental, but I think making it developmental, but more for the people that are just putting finishing touches to things, makes it a much stronger show. If it's developmental and it features everyone, and there was no LFG and no Evolve, and it's got to even showcase that level, I think you're watering down the products. You're mixing in your great wrestlers that know what they're doing with great characters. You're mixing in people that are well behind that, and that blend would result in sections dipping and would result in scores dipping. And so I actually think what they've done has been so clever in having LFG, having Evolve, take that bottom level talent so that they can still be showcased, they're still being invested in, but they're being showcased and invested on shows away from NXT, which means that NXT can just focus on the top level next in line talent that's figured it out, like a Trick Williams, right? Or the indie talent that we bring in and is TV ready straight away, like a Mariah May, yeah? Brought in from AEW and she is ready straight away. I mean, she doesn't need to go through LFG or Evolve. She is ready for NXT straight out the gate, and she's going to kill it, right? Same with Julia. Same with Stephanie. Same with Jordan Grace. Same with Ethan Page. Like, you can bring this talent that's NXT TV ready, and it strengthens NXT. And then that talent that's next in line that's learning, they're not on NXT. They are on these other shows. So, I mean, for me, those changes have been absolutely revolutionary for NXT. They have absolutely changed NXT to the point where it's not a coincidence shock that this show now is a great show compared to where it was maybe a few years ago. I would really point to that as a big change that has really shifted NXT. And it's great because that talent that is still learning, they've got their own space now, like Evolve. And I really enjoy Evolve because Evolve to me is that talent that's like trying to put it together and trying to get good enough to be on NXT. And I know what that is. I know what I'm watching. I know that I'm going quite far down the rabbit hole. And I like going that far down the rabbit hole. I enjoy that. I mean, as a WWE fan, I want to see the company from all elements. You know, I'm looking forward to that documentary that's going to show us the creative department, because I want to see the company from that perspective. You know, I want to see the I'd happily watch a flipping show that was just based on the ring crew, and it just showed us what their day was like, and like some of the dramas they have to kind of go through, and like, you know, setting the rings up, tearing them down, the kind of conversations they have with the wrestlers, any sort of dramas. Maybe there's times where they get stuck in traffic and they're worried they're going to make it, or... To me, that's not going to be any more boring than, say, Ice Road Truckers or anything. Like, it's going to, do you know what I mean? It's going to be like that, but with a wrestling twist. Like, I'd watch that quite happily. Like, seeing it from different perspectives. And Evolve is just a different perspective, isn't it? LFG is just a different perspective. But it's basically talent that are pretty much starting out, pretty much not long through the door, trying to put things together so that they can be good enough for NXT. But some of that talent would have been used on NXT in the past, and that would have brought the quality of the show down. Daze, I've tagged you in that tweet. It's a brief summary about NXT on CW. It's lost a lot of younger viewers that on USA, but has gained 80 to 150,000 older viewers aged 50 plus. I will check that out, buds. Sounds interesting. Wrestling creates entertainment like a damn Frankenstein's monster. Big roidy man body with a chubby chick head. She's too unsettling to be entertaining to watch. What's that? Is that Bailey Davenport or whatever her name is? Bailey Humphrey. I think I'm so excited about her. I haven't seen any comments that they've kind of made to her, if we're talking about her, but I'm really excited about her because she is someone that I think is going to really push the women's division forward again. I think the women's division is still in a bit of a hangover from the Divas era, in the sense of it still relies too much on sex appeal. I think that, you know, you look at what the women wear and, you know, their asses are out, and, you know, there's wardrobe malfunctions all the time as nipples are slipping out and whatever. And, you know, kind of joking aside, I wish that wasn't the case, honestly, because I don't need that. I don't watch it for that. Like, I don't need to perv on women when I'm trying to watch a wrestling show. I mean, it's a bit unfortunate, really, that wrestling feels like it has to do that. And there's a place for that. And I think that you could have certain women doing that. You know, your kind of your Tiffany Stratton types. They could do that. But I feel like it's pretty much all the women. Like it's the majority of women that are trying to wear as little as possible. And I think part of it is because, well, it does get them more attention, doesn't it? If you're a woman in wrestling on TV, and I've got to think there's more men watching than women, if you want people talking about you, that's probably helpful, is kind of where we are. But I'm kind of into someone coming in and just murking people, just coming in and not needing to do that, actually getting spoken about because of how strong they are, how dominant they are, how much of a wrecking ball they are, how much of a wrecking machine they are. And for me, I look at this Bailey Humphrey and I'm like, she could be that. She could be that, you know, you could hear that sort of Brock music. You could hear that Goldberg music. You could see the pyro going off. You could see her screaming in the entranceway. And as she comes down, you'd be like, oh my God, she is just about to murder everyone in that ring. And maybe everyone in the front row as well. She is about to destroy them all. And I don't know that we have that woman at the moment. I don't know that that woman really exists. I mean, maybe Rhea to a degree, but I don't really think that about Rhea when Rhea's making her way down. Oh my God, she's about to destroy them all. She's going to wreck everyone. I don't know that we've got that Brock type Rhea might be the closest we've got. So I look at that Bailey Humphrey woman. I don't even know if we're talking about her, but if I'm thinking of women that I've seen in the system that I don't think are going to rely on their sex appeal, then that Bailey Humphrey would be a name that would come to mind. I don't know much about her because I haven't watched LFG, but I'm really excited about seeing what she's going to bring. Really excited to see what she's going to bring because, yeah, if she is going to be that sort of... Could you imagine if she's got that sort of Brock music and she just does not care. She comes down and she just ruins everyone. I think they would really ruin her if they do to her what they've done to Zarya, which is just having her kind of chatting with the girls backstage. Like, you know, the kind of like thing they do with Nia, where she's just one of the girls chatting backstage and all this. Like, no. You've got to book that Bailey girl the same way you book Brock. She needs, like, her own bus. She doesn't change with the other girls. The other girls talk about her when she's not around and they're worried about her. They're scared of her. You know, you could even argue that you could put her with a Heyman and make her a Heyman girl. Give her a mouthpiece. Have her stand in there as, like, maybe as Zelina Vega. Because Zelina's obviously on the shorter side and a great talker. I mean, she was brilliant when she was with Andrade. But could you imagine if she was with that Bailey Humphrey and Bailey's, like, there standing and, like, you've got Zelina talking. And, like, give us some squash matches. And I mean, look. People might be like, oh, you're daydreaming. She's rubbish, right? I haven't seen her. I haven't watched LFG. So it's been on my to-do list, but I just haven't got around to watching it. I was waiting for it to finish before watching them all. And I still need to do that, and I will do that. But I haven't had a chance to do it yet. So I can't really comment too much about how good of a promo she is, how good in ring she is. All I know is just off look. Just off a look. I can't be alone in having those vibes. Can't be alone in thinking those thoughts. I think it's pretty standard stuff, to be honest, to kind of think that you would present her that way. So I'm interested to see what they do with her. She is something different, and different in wrestling, it works well. If you do the same as everyone else, then, you know, depending on how well you do it, you can have success. But different, you know, standing out really in a lot of forms of entertainment, even on YouTube as well. Standing out is, you know, key. If you can do something and put a twist on it, then you can grab attention. Sounds harsh, but would a mask be an option? Said Wrestling Creates Entertainment. I mean, you could put her in a mask, but I certainly wouldn't do it because of, like, she's ugly or anything like that. I'd only do it if I thought that it was going to work for her character. I mean, I honestly don't. I'm hoping that we can move past looks. I'm hoping that as a wrestling fan base, we can. You know, I mean, I don't tune in for wrestling because I'm hoping to look at pretty girls. You know, I mean, I don't know how people thought about Borne back in the day. But, you know, Borne when I was a kid, she was like, you know, a bigger lady. She had big blue. You know, if Borne came walking out with the nunchucks in the entranceway, and she was covered, actually. Every time she wrestled in WWE, she didn't have, like, her boobs hanging out or anything. I think I've been really shaped by Alundra Blaze, Borne Bertha Faye. Bertha Faye? I mean, if you ever saw Bertha Faye, I'm not sure you would say she was like a teenage fantasy. She, you know, was a bigger lady. Just sort of looked like a woman next door, really. But I don't know. I mean, like, if you're the best, if you're someone that can go in there and put on great matches and, like, you know, really be a challenge for the champion, then, you know, as a kid, I was like, let's go, man. Borne Alundra Blaze, incredible matches. Incredible matches. So, I don't know. I think, like, in the Attitude Era, we really started, like, going into having models that couldn't wrestle. And so, you know, we were doing like bra panty matches and, you know, all this kind of nonsense. And then out of that, we started getting like people that could wrestle. Trish was around. Chyna could do some stuff because of her strength, and she got trained by Triple H and Shawn. Like, they worked with her, and so she got good training. And Lita as well, amazing. And from there, Michelle and Lay Cool, and we kind of work our way through, and then you get the revolution in 2015. But we just, I don't know, we haven't been able to really shake the, you've got to be really attractive. I mean, look at Liv, she's gorgeous. Look at Stephanie, she's stunning. Look at Julia, she's stunning. I sort of feel that, like, a lot of the women that maybe aren't as attractive, unfortunately, get weeded out quite early in the process. I think, if you're not a good-looking girl, I'm sorry to say, I don't know how well you're going to do at a WWE tryout. I don't know that you get... I think that's... I think historically, and I'd hope it's not the case now, but I think historically it might have been a barrier for you. And to be honest, if you're not a good-looking guy that's, like, shredded and has really put the work into the gym, like, that's going to be a barrier for you as well. Like, there is a certain expectation when it comes to your looks that, we need someone that's, should we use the word marketable? Yeah? So we need someone that's marketable. I think it's really exciting, actually, that this Bailey Humphrey has come in, and you would say is not a traditional kind of, or not a current, like, she doesn't vibe, does she, with the current girls that we've got, yeah? I mean, I don't know what she's said about, like, her presentation, her appearance, but, I mean, I would imagine she knows that she's, probably not going to win a beauty pageant alongside some of the women that we have in WWE right now. But yet they've still taken her because of her skills, abilities, strength. I mean, I've got to think that she's powerful. Yeah. I've got to think she's athletic. I've got to think that she is, like, killing it on those skill sets. And, I'm excited by that, genuinely. I'm excited by that. I'm excited that this could be a kind of... it could be a new evolution for the women's game, where we don't just go and get pretty girls and try to make them wrestlers. We actually get people that we don't worry so much about how they look, but instead, if they're going to be badasses, or if they really want this and they're really dedicated, and, maybe this is, like, the next step. Perhaps this is the next, like, little bit of evolution that we need. I'm kind of here for that, honestly. I'm here for that. I think it's one of those, it shouldn't really matter. It shouldn't matter. If you are good, that's what should matter. It should come down to your skills. And, when it comes to presentation, you can always find ways of presenting people. But, yeah, I mean, I'd only be putting her in a mask or something if it really felt it was going to enhance her character. Otis is someone who would give the best hugs. I bet he's as real as they come compared to the pretty boys. Otis is a good shout, actually. Otis is someone that you wouldn't say was a traditional attractive guy compared to, like, a Roman Reigns or whatever. But again, much like Bailey Humphrey, I actually think he is a power lifter. I think he's like seriously strong. And yeah, I mean, I like guys that have got a bit of size to them as well. Please don't take that out of context. But you think back to, like, a Yokozuna, a Bam Bam Bigelow, a Vader. I mean, WWE has got a history of having, like, big guys. There isn't, I don't know that there's a great history of big girls, but there's definitely some that come to mind. But yeah, there's a history of, like, big guys. I think it's easier if you're a big guy to get in than if you're a big girl. It's not impossible, but if you're a big girl, then I think you're going to need to bring some serious experience. Like Piper Niven, for example. I mean, brings some serious experience. And I don't know who else we got. Nia Jax is part of the Anoa'i family, so she got in that way. But I don't know, if you look at the history of, like, how many big guys we've had and compare that to how many big girls. But it's probably unfair because obviously there's been way more men than women. So it's probably an unfair comparison in truth. But I don't know. I think to summarize, I'm excited by Bailey Humphrey. I think that she brings something which we don't have. And I think that I think her looks, I understand, might be a bit of a talking point because she doesn't really fit with the current aesthetic, if you will, right? You can find exceptions, but I think that she might bring something we don't necessarily have, and hopefully is going to continue to move us away from just us looking for models, for pretty girls that we can hopefully turn into wrestlers, you know, and maybe, you know, open up the door for some people that might have otherwise not made it through that door. So Leon White was one of the nicest I ever met, says Rob. Piper was a beast in NXT UK, says Nightmare. Piper was great in NXT, says James. David said Big Van Vader was my favourite big man. King Kong Bundy, said Carla. Absolutely. Big John Studs. Could we get a female Mabel, said Akeem. Well, I mean, I'd love it. I mean, Bertha Faye might be the biggest woman I've seen in WWE. I think she was bigger than, definitely bigger than Piper, and definitely bigger than Karma, and not total wise, but I think, you know, weight wise. And Naya's probably got the height on Bertha, actually, but I feel like Bertha was bigger and not loads. I mean, it's nothing drastic, not Mabel levels. I don't think we've ever had a female Mabel. I don't think we've ever had anyone that's like, you know, that size. I think there is scope for someone. I mean, I don't know. I mean, there are women that are big, aren't there? But whether those women would want to wrestle, and in this day and age, we know the strain it puts on the heart as well. You know, we're a lot more clued up when it comes to nutrition and the impact it has on the body. And actually, you know, we saw Vince trying to get Yokozuna to lose weight. He sent Yoko and Vader to like a weight loss, like fat camp type thing. And I don't know, to be honest, if they would want to have anyone that's really bigger than is like, you know, really necessary. I don't know that you're going to see anyone like that going forwards, because I think we know the dangers that are involved and the strain that it puts on the heart. I think WWE, I don't know, I don't think they would want to really exploit that. I think they would want to, if there was a wrestler there, try and get them at a certain level. So yeah, it's a difficult one, because equally you can look at Otis, who carries a bit of weight, and Piper, obviously, carries a little bit of weight. And, you know, those WWE are happy to obviously work with those guys. And, I mean, I would imagine they probably talk to them about their weight, and they probably talk to them about, you know, the strain it's kind of putting on the hearts and not allowing it to get any worse or whatever. I'd imagine that's a conversation. I mean, it's very difficult, and obviously I'm trying to pick my words well, because I'm really not trying to be disrespectful. And if anything, I'm trying to be respectful. I'm trying to say I really like the fact that we do have people that are bigger in wrestling, because when I grew up, we did. And so I don't think that we should just have thin people that, you know, I don't think that anyone that carries a bit of weight to them should be like kicked out of WWE. I don't think that at all. I think the opposite. I think that we should have a real variety. But I think there's a line, isn't there? There's a point where it becomes really dangerous. I don't know where that line is. I don't know kind of at what point WWE would feel the need to step in. But obviously we know Yokozuna passes away in the year 2000, has a heart attack in Liverpool, dies in his sleep. Like, you know, if you carry that weight, it's a real problem. You've got a real issue. It's a real strain on the heart. So that has to be taken into consideration. We know more about that in 2025. So yeah, I would love to see, you know, put that to one side. Let's say that's not a factor. I would love to see a female Yokozuna, a female Mabel. I'd love to see variety in that women's division where we've got, you know, some like really tall girls, big, as long as they can work. I don't just want, you know, a great Carly type that's going to come in and just fall over. I mean, I want people that can do the work. But yeah, I'd love to see a variety. For me, it was always part of the joy of wrestling. When, as I was growing up, like, oh my God, what's going to happen if the British Bulldog has to face Yokozuna? I mean, without knowing anything about them as people, you know, the one guy is an ex-sumo wrestler who's going to be an absolute nightmare to get off his feet. You're not going to pick him up and slam him around, chuck him around. So, I mean, without knowing about him as a person, his presentation is already doing a little bit of work in regards to... I'm looking forward to seeing him in action. And the British Bulldog, strong, powerful, and, you know, from me, from Britain. So, you know, kind of representing the island I live on. So, you know, of course, a connection there with him. So, I mean, him against Yokozuna, I don't need a build. I don't need it. I mean, like, you tell me that match is for a championship, or even that match is happening because they've got some sort of problem. And this was part of the joy of the golden era going into New Generation was, you know, we had characters like that where you didn't even need to know about them. And, you know, this guy's 500 pounds. That guy is like jacked, clearly on steroids and British. And there you go. You know, you can sort of, without even a build, get invested in that as a match. Whereas now, you know, you have like Sami Zayn, right, who just looks like a dude, taking on Finn Balor, who looks like a dude but is a bit more ripped. And you kind of need to know about them, really, because there's not too much to kind of hang your hat on there just off-site. I mean, off-site, Sami just looks a little out of shape, and Finn looks great. Finn looks ripped. And, you know, it's not really the same, is it? It's not really the same as, say, like Undertaker or Kane and that kind of situation. It's obviously it's a different era now. But this is why, for me, if you've got a woman that's like Mabel, or you've got someone that's like tall, or you've got someone that's like really jacked, and, you know, that airport test, like, it does matter. That stuff does make a difference. The only thing I'd say is that it doesn't always have to be that they're beautiful. Like, I think we go to that, like, 99% of the time. When it comes to looks, we just try to find really attractive people. But there's other ways that people can stand out. So, a different conversation, that, but an interesting one. Ben said Mabel and Bundy and Yoko and Bigelow, Hillbilly, they were the best for their size. But for me, Undertaker was the best. That was a dirty Vince thing, an unwritten rule, says Carla. I think it's just business, isn't it? It's just business in the sense of, you know, let's be honest, who watches wrestling? It's predominantly men, kids going into teenagers, and I think then you probably have people walk away, life gets in the way, and then they might come back later on in life. I think if we were to look at a bit of a what's the most popular demos overall, I would expect it to be teenage guys going into their 20s, maybe dips in 30s, and then maybe, you know, we see it picking back up kind of mid 40s into 50s. I think that kind of middle period of people's lives where work gets in the way and finding a partner and maybe starting a family, like, that obviously takes people away from wrestling because wrestling's a big commitment. But then I think you find that, I don't know, there's people that find their way back because, you know, the great thing about wrestling is it's a bit of a comfort blanket. It's always there for you. Like, we watched Raw last night, and now boom, here we are watching NXT. And then tomorrow we'll be back watching Evolve. And then on Friday we'll be watching SmackDown. And there might even be a WWE Vault watch along. So we might end up doing something on Sunday. And then we're back round to Monday, and then pretty soon we'll have Saturday night's main event. We'll have Evolution. We'll have Great American Bash. We're getting ever closer to SummerSlam. Like, it's just always there. And even on days where it's not on TV, there's probably some rumor, news, online promo, meet and greet footage or TV appearance or, something on WWE Vault, something on WWE YouTube, podcast, Cody's What Do You Want to Talk About? Like, I feel like there's as much as you could ever ask for, more than you could probably ever watch, actually. Or you can just dip in and just watch the premium live events and just sort of, take as much as you need, really. And I think there's something about that which is, I don't know. I think it's if you have kind of got to later stages of your life, there's something to be said about if you used to watch it and you enjoyed it, about coming back to it. You hear a lot about people coming back to it later on in life. I get people telling me that quite often, that they've just rediscovered it after being away for like 20 odd years or whatever. I think there really is something in that. Can't quite put my finger down as to what it is. I mean, I think the fact you can have as much of it or as little of it as you want. It never has an off season, I think, plays a part. But yeah, it's obviously something which is more male dominated, which, as we said, I think that's why the women probably lean into, wearing as little as possible. If we watch at 41, my wife, family, uncles and stuff watch 50s, says James. Oh, yeah. So you're, people in their 50s that watch. Big Time says, Daze, when WWE and WCW were in the ratings war, WWE was stronger with the 1849. WCW was stronger with the 50 plus due to the NWO and the Jim Crockett ties. But 25 years later, a lot of those demos in the 90s probably 50 plus. Well, that's interesting. I mean, that'd be a really... I don't know if there's a breakdown of that. That would be interesting. I mean, I actually would have said the Attitude Era would have been a younger demo. I would have said that as we got to Stone Cold and Rock and all of that, I would have said that it would be more kids that would be tuning in and young kind of teenagers and whatever, that they would have got more so than like the 50 plus audience. So some numbers on that would be interesting to see. In my entire life, I think I might have only missed about a year of wrestling, says James. Wrestling Russ said same. I was born watching AWA. If the Crusher and Hogan was on the card after the age of 5, I was probably at the monthly live events and many more, and it was the best, said Wrestling Russ. That's great. Hogan in the old AWA. I mean, that's the birth of Hulkamania, isn't it? So that's a great time to be watching. Yeah, good, interesting. I mean, like, I know it's not everyone's cup of tea talking about, like, demos and presentation and all that kind of stuff, but, well, I don't know. There's a conversation to be had there, isn't there? There's a few kind of things in there to get your teeth into and to think about, mull over, and it's just a different aspect to wrestling, isn't it? I mean, we talk about where Cody and Cena's story's going, and we talk about Randy and is he going to turn heel. Like, we can have those conversations, but sometimes it's kind of fun to talk more about things that are a little bit wider in their scope, and that's definitely falls into that bracket. It's wild that a lot of the WWE audience watching SmackDown might have been people that have watched since 1993. Yeah, absolutely. I think that, and I don't think that's unusual. I think that you will find that a chunk of those people went away and came back, and a chunk of them will have stayed watching kind of all throughout. I mean, I file myself into the bracket of someone that has stayed watching all throughout. The only thing I would say is that I will also hold my hand up and say that life got in the way for me, which is why I can speak with a degree of confidence that I understand what it's like when you kind of hit the ages where, work has to be prioritized. You can't just watch wrestling and then try and fit work in. I mean, there might be people that try to do that, but like, work kind of dictates your life. And then, of course, you might meet a girl or meet a guy and, go out on dates. and listen, you know, are you going to turn down a date and, you know, seeing someone you're interested in because it's clashing with Raw? Like, you know, that gets in the way then. And, you know, you keep up with results, and you keep up with like watching clips, and, you know, it's one of those where you consume what you can, and, you know, there might be times where you just have to read about it and you just have to keep up with results that way. I don't think I've ever like gone through a period where I've never kept up with it at all, where I've just completely cut off from it. This is why I'd be reluctant to say that I walked away from it, because I don't think I ever did. But I have definitely had periods of varying degree as to how committed I could be, you know, because of life. And I think that people talk about a work-life balance. I suppose what we're talking about is a wrestling life balance. Like, how much wrestling do you consume and how much life do you live? And, you know, I've become very conscious of the fact that I spend a lot of my time doing streams, being indoors, talking about wrestling, which I absolutely love, and I'm not changing, right? But equally, this is why, you know, I'm not really against occasionally like trying to go to the cricket, or, you know, I'm not around on Friday, which I've already spoke about a few times, because of my brother. My brother managed to get a ticket to Oasis in Cardiff, and he basically said, like, can you make it? And, you know, you've got a choice there, haven't you? Do I turn my brother down, who's younger than me and has never seen Oasis, and I think would like to go with me, because I have a great relationship with my brother, and, you know, he's younger than me. I used to listen to Oasis, he didn't. And, you know, we've spoke about trying to get tickets. We tried to get tickets. We weren't successful. He's been able to get them off a friend. But, you know, as I said the other day, it wasn't an option of like, oh, can we have the Sunday, or can we do... No, he had tickets for Friday, and that was it. Like, there's no conversation. It's like, it's Friday, or there's no tickets, like, you can't go. So my brother got these tickets, and, you know, his partner's going. She's nice. I like her. Like, that's fine. But she's not someone that I think really cares about Oasis. And I think my brother would have liked me to have gone, because, you know, I listened to them back in the 90s. I went to see him in the year 2000 at Wembley. Used to play the music all the time. And, you know, I'd get excited when their new album was coming out. You know, I remember actually going to HMV in Birmingham when What's the Story Morning Glory came out in like 95. And I remember having like, I was young, but I had like, I didn't have like a £10, I think it was like £10 for the album. And I didn't have like £10 in note. I had it in coins, right? And it was like a few 50p's and pounds and whatever. And I kind of went to the counter to give the person like the coin, and I dropped them, and flipping went all over the floor. So I was like, oh God. So I'm trying to pick them up. And I swear to this day, I did not pick up every coin. I swear that, like, because I'm sure as I was picking up, I was counting them, but I was so flustered. I was just like, there you go. I gave the money over, and I think they just took it, honestly. I don't even think they counted it. I think they just took the money. But I distinctly remember buying the Oasis What's the Story Morning Glory in 95. Distinctly remember dropping my change on the floor as I was young, picking it up, and in my mind thinking, I don't think I've got it all. I think something, I'm pretty sure it's not all here, and giving it to them and worrying about it, because I was sure they were going to go, you're short, or, you know, you need another £1 or something. And they didn't. They just put the money in the thing, gave me the CD, and I was like, I felt like I'd just robbed them. I felt like I'd just, do you know what I mean? I felt like about as soon as I got out the shop, I was like trying to quickly walk away before anyone realised that maybe they hadn't had the full £10, and quickly walked off. So, yeah, I think he wanted to, like, you know, I go with me, and so you gotta make sure that, like, you know, you're enjoying life as well, that you're not allowing wrestling or work to kind of completely consume your life. Does controversy create cash, says Ben. What's an example? Yeah, I think that controversy does create cash. What's an example? I think there was quite a few examples in the Attitude Era. I mean, you could say that DX trying to invade WCW. I mean, that was them literally on TV for real, going over to their rival company, like in a tank, trying to like break in and like, you know, talking to the fans, even showing a sign. I think, didn't they show a sign that said like tickets free or something like this? Like there was some sort of, or maybe it was like tickets still available. I remember them showing something that was like, it looked bad for WCW. It was like this sign outside the front of their arena, and it was either like tickets free or it was tickets still available, but it was something that I remember them like poking fun at. And yeah, I think that was controversial for them to like go over and like do that. And I think that makes WWE, like, people love this whole like we're at war, you know, we're going to war. It's, you know, pictures, look how tribal it's been between could you imagine if WWE did that to AEW today? Could you imagine if like they got in a tank, like Seth's group drove over to Jacksonville and were like outside the arena, and they were like talking to the AEW fans, telling them to watch like a proper sports entertainment company and showing a sign that says tickets were still available. And I mean personally, I would class that as controversial. I think that would be seen as very controversial, WWE doing that today. And you know, that's what they did to WCW back in the day. That was not scripted or like planned between the companies or anything like this. Like they went and legitimately in this like little tank thing and legitimately just tried to cause controversy. And you know, I think that then paints a picture of WWE being edgy, and it backs up the whole attitude claim, doesn't it? You know, you say that this is the Attitude Era, well, you need to show attitude then. And that is, I would say, an example of WWE showing some attitude. You could also say about how WCW giving away results on TV. So WCW would obviously be live, WWE would be taped, and they would give away the results. So they'd be like, don't bother changing the channel, because over on the other side, you've got Mankind going to be beating The Rock and blah, 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 all that stuff. I mean, everyone knows the famous story there. But, yeah, you know, there's controversial storylines. And, I mean, I do think controversy creates cash, because I do think that what controversy does is it gets people talking about you and it gets you attention. And not all attention is good. There is obviously a line. You know, you don't want to disgust people and have people turning away from you in droves. But if you can do stuff that's quite shocking, that's going to get attention, that's going to get people talking about you, that might turn some away in droves. Some people might be upset and leave. But are you going to win more new fans? And are you going to excite your fan base? Like, do the pros outweigh the cons? And that is a very difficult thing to know. So I would say, yes, controversy creates cash, because the alternative is that you play it safe. And I don't know if safe is ever going to really result in you getting anywhere. Like, I think you do need to take some gambles and risks in life, which is actually quite hard for me, because I think I do play things very, very safe. I think where, like, for me, I, you know, try and do things that I know are gonna work. I don't really like to do things unless I know they're gonna be like successful. And so, like, with the streams, that's why we've kind of really hammered them, because they work, people enjoy them, I enjoy doing them, and so, you know, that's now really the channel. I could take more risks and we could do other things and introduce new features and all of that stuff, but I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I suppose in a way it's a degree of being comfortable and playing it safe. But I don't know. I think that it's probably not a good thing. I think you do need to take risks, and you do need to keep pushing forward, and you do need to keep like doing new things. So something I'm not brilliant at, to be honest. But you can get it wrong as well. I mean, you know, there's definitely times where, like WWE with the Muhammad Hassan storyline, where they tried to, you know, kind of lean into like a terrorist angle. And, you know, I mean, that didn't work. Think about 91, where you had Sergeant Slaughter as the Iraqi sympathizer. I mean, that's a really low-rated WrestleMania. That was meant to be at the LA Coliseum, and they ended up moving because ticket sales were so poor. They say it's due to security concerns, but I mean, that whole story was just not very good. It was a controversial story because obviously there was like an Iraq war going on, and now all of a sudden Sergeant Slaughter turns his back on America and becomes an Iraqi sympathizer. Controversial, absolutely controversial, but that's an example of where it didn't result in cash. Like, that's one where it didn't work. So I think it can work. Yes, it definitely can work. You can take chances, be controversial, and make money, but I don't think it always works. And I think that it's really a case-by-case basis. Suzanne said Eric said he didn't know what was going on, but if he did, he would have welcomed it. What was that, the tank? I don't think I've ever heard Eric talk about the tank situation, you know. I've heard Triple H talk about it, but I've not heard Eric talk about it. I think Triple H said that they had a plan for if it was going to get physical. Like, they were really having to consider these things. They had a plan as well for, like, if they did get into the building, how, like, their biggest concern wasn't if it was going to get physical. Their biggest concern is, how do we get the footage, like, out? If they're going to confiscate cameras and stuff like that, like, the thing they were most concerned about is how do we ensure that this gets captured and aired? That's what they were really focused on. But yeah, they were having to think about, what if the wrestlers come out and start coming after us? And it's crazy, isn't it, to think that actually happens? Again, the only way you could compare it is, imagine if it happened today and WWE drove a tank up to AEW. I mean, today, think of the reaction on social media. It would be crazy. Crazy. Geordie said, has anyone else struggled to play NXT? It's not live for me. Well, I don't know that it's live this week. People are telling me that it might not be live this week. So, I need to switch these over. Cora Jade said in an interview that John Cena came to the PC and someone asked him how his time in NXT was. That's the future of wrestling. Some will learn to love and others will see a money grab. I don't know. I can't blame that, to be honest. I can't blame that. I think, you know, the thing with Next in Line is that you are probably trying to be a football star or a basketball star, or you know, your goal, if you're a bigger guy. I mean, wrestling has got a problem of not attracting bigger guys, and we need to be honest that there are more attractive avenues for bigger guys than coming into pro wrestling. Like, if you can make it in the NFL, you're going to make so much more money. If you can make it in basketball, you're going to make so much more money, right? So I think there's other avenues for people. And, you know, I don't know how many bigger guys really are looking at pro wrestling as their first port of call, okay? And the whole reason why we've got Next in Line is because that was an issue. What Next in Line is people that are looking to do other sports. So that says to me that these people we bring in probably did not grow up watching wrestling. I don't know how much that bothers people. I mean, I think for me, it doesn't bother me. Yes, it would be nice if people grew up watching wrestling and were fans of it. But I think if you come into it later in life and, you know, like, I I think it was like Bianca said this the other day. She's like, she didn't really watch it as she was growing up, but you know, she loves performing and she loves like being athletic and everything. And she said as soon as she started doing this, she knew this is what she should do. Like, she knew this was the place for her to be, and she fell in love with it. And honestly, if you get into wrestling and fall in love with it because of like finding out about late, or you know, it just didn't appeal in the past, but now here you are and now you're giving it a go and you love it now. Oh, that is a lot to catch up on. We spoke about this the other day. That is a lot to catch up on, isn't it? I mean, you need to watch all the old WrestleManias. You need to know about the SummerSlams. You need to know, I mean, you need to know the history of wrestling. And like, something like was John Cena in NXT probably points to a bit of a bigger issue where, you know, NXT only started in 2010. So that says to me you don't know when John made his debut. That says to me, I don't know how much they know. I mean, do they think NXT goes back further than 2010? Perhaps they think NXT has always been developmental. Perhaps they know that John started in like 2002, did the ruthless aggression thing, but they don't know that NXT wasn't around at that time. And so I don't know what that person knows. I don't know how big of an error it is in regards to, you know, what else does it tell us in regards to what they don't know. But what I will say is that I think it's really hard. I think it's really hard to actually get caught up and up to speed with everything you need to know. I think it's really, really difficult. I feel blessed that when I started watching, there was not loads for me to have to catch up with. I mean, I started in the early 90s, so I had all the 80s pay-per-views. But really, you know, yeah, of course you could say you had all the TV shows, but realistically, you know, there was no way of watching those when I started. So I only had to catch up on WrestleManias, the early SummerSlams, and boom. I mean, easy. Now, Jesus. I actually don't even know how you would do it. I mean, if someone was to be like, right, I need to learn about all the history of wrestling, you'd be like, well, you've definitely got to watch. You've got to watch every Rumble. You've got to watch every WrestleMania, every SummerSlam, every Survivor Series. I mean, come back to me once you've done that, right? You have to watch those. But even that ain't going to teach you about if John Cena was in NXT, is it? So it's like, I don't know, man. That's hard. I think that's really difficult. I don't know how you would structure it so that people could learn all of that. I mean, if I was John, and I was asked that, I would just answer it. I'd be like, well, NXT wasn't actually around at that time. Our developmental system was OVW, and, you know, I'd just give them the information. I think what we need from the current stars that are learning is we need them to focus on the here and now. We need them to know about wrestling, watch great matches of the past, and really know about how to, you know, kind of not only do what we had in the past, but also build upon it. And so I think we need wrestlers really focus in on that. If they're going to spend their time watching wrestling, and they should, I don't think I would worry so much about them just watching stuff for the sake of improving their knowledge. I would have them watching stuff for the sake of improving their entrances, their wrestling, their connection with the crowds. You know, you would probably say to them, okay, I want you to watch CM Punk and I want you to watch the Pipe Bomb. Not because they need to know about it, but they do, but because it's so important. Or I need you to watch Dusty Rhodes's, you know, Hard Times promo. Again, you need to know about it, but also I want you to learn from it. I want you to watch Jake the Snake Roberts promos, because he was able to talk his promos, not shout his promos. And that shows that you have not got to do it a certain way. Like, you can whisper your promos and it will be a different impact. Watch Undertaker, because Paul Bearer does a lot of the talking for him, but he'll still come in with some lines. And look at the way that he kind of embodies his character. So to be perfectly honest with you, if I was around that NXT talent, I don't know how they could learn everything now. I don't know how they could go back and get the knowledge that like a lot of us have because we've been watching for decades. I really would just focus them on watch this match, watch this promo, do this, do that, and, you know, try and make them the best wrestlers they can be, really. No NXT tonight, said PJ. No, there is an NXT. If you actually click on the NXT thumbnail and look at the episodes, the episode for this week is there, but it's currently not live. It's currently not available. You currently can't click on it. I'm guessing that will become available in 3 minutes is my hope. I believe this is a tape show. It's not a live episode. I believe it's a tape show. People are telling me it was taped. I've not seen any spoilers for this show. I didn't even know it was a tape show, honestly. So it's apparently a tape show. So that means that it's not live. So actually, if you look at the thumbnail, it says the next episode is live on the 9th. Well, that's true. They're not lying. The next episode is live on the 9th. But this week's episodes is there. It's just kind of not available to be selected at the moment. So my hope is that in 3 minutes, that will become selectable. You will be able to click on it and you will be able to watch it because it just says available 2nd of July. So that is, you know, normally that would be in 2 minutes' time. Hello, Daze and everyone, said Thomas. Hello. Hello. Hope you're doing well. When people see me coming, they groan, said Trini. It's hilarious and annoying all at the same time. James said Dave's going to do SmackDown Friday. People will have a place to go to. Brilliant. Yeah. Dave, friend of the channel. Wish him all the best. Yeah, great. Go check out Dave in real life's channel. Really friendly guy, friend of the channel. Used to be in our community a lot, in our chat a lot, but you know, he does his own thing now, and that's great. Obviously, you know, it's something which I know he really is passionate about and very dedicated to as well. I got a lot of respect for Dave. I put a lot of respect on people that really put that grind in, because I mean that's you know what I've done to try and grow this channel is, you know, put that grind in, put that work in, stream after stream, you know. Or I mean, I think there's over 6,500 videos / streams on the channel, and the channel's been around like 9 years. So, you know, I mean, that shows 365 days in a year over 9 years, and there's over 6,500 videos or whatever on the channel. Like, yeah, it's hard work. I think anyone that puts that work in, that puts that grind in, they deserve the results. So yeah, I hope he's doing well. Hope things are going well. Daze, hope you're doing well. I'm trying to watch NXT and I'm using Hulu. I can see the NXT show, but usually it says new when it airs live. I'm guessing it's taped tonight, says Carl. Yes, I believe it is. Now, I've not done or dealt with the tape show on Netflix yet. So that is... oh, here we go. What's this? Yes, it is now live. I'm clicking play. And I seem to have a show. Oh, does that mean this is going to be shorter? This is going to be a problem, I think. I am not going to have the adverts that you guys have. Oh, no. I'm not going to have the adverts. So I've got the show starting. Yeah, it has. Scottish Nightmare is excited at no adverts, but I am not excited because that is going to be a bit of a nightmare. You're going to have to tell me when you go to commercial break. Okay, well, thankfully, they have dropped the episodes at the time it's meant to start. So I have got the episode right now. I am watching it right now. So that's what I was hoping they would do. But I do not have ad breaks. So when we go to ad break, you're going to have to let me know. Normally, they make it quite obvious, don't they, when they go to an ad break? But yeah, this is a taped episode, so the whole thing is just available to watch right now on Netflix in the UK. It's only 1 hour 18, says Johnny. We're just starting now, said Wrestle Night. Well, I mean, you'll have to tell me if I'm ahead or behind, but I mean, I think it's going to be a bit annoying tonight on that front, to be honest. But listen, we'll do the best we can. I mean, right now I've got Ethan talking to Ava just on a video from last week. And then NXT, there's Javon, Superkick, Javon going up, crashing down onto Tavian, going for the cover. Tavian wearing that sick mask as well last week. Javon getting murked by Jasper Try, planted. Jasper Try screaming and shouting. We're in sync, said Akeem. Okay, let's go. There's Trick delivering a trick shot. I found it. Here we go, said Alex. I can't watch it on Netflix, said Alex. How come, buds? Have you clicked on the thumbnail and gone to this week's episodes? It says on the thumbnail, live the 9th. That's because the next live episode is the 9th. But if you click it and have a look at the episodes, there should be one that's there for this week. I go Trick on his way to the ring, says Ian. There is the Fatal 4-Way from last week. So last week, it was Jordan getting the pin and the victory. She is going to face JC Jane at Evolution, I believe. Okay, here we go. There's the shot of the crowds. We have started the coverage. We just had a little video package for last week. Some woman in the crowd that's got like a Stitch doll. I don't know why she brought that, but fair play to her. Right, we're starting with Trick Williams. Whoop that Trick, says Joe. Yeah, let's go, man. Whoop that Trick. Whoop that Trick. Paul said, this is a tape show. Wrestling Russ said, let's talk about it. James said, nice short episodes. Take a 1990, shout out to you. Whoop that chick. Whoop that chick. Whoop. I like it. Yeah, he's been quite emotive. He's coming out with this now that he's kind of really full-blown heel. Boom, bam, bam. Okay, Wrestling Russ said it's crazy how the community live stream has become part of my weekly plans. You are all the best. Wrestling Russ, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support, and yeah, I think that's true, really, of a lot of people. Obviously, we see a lot of the same faces around for the streams, and we've built like a really cool, fun community. And I think like it's great to be back now doing NXT on a Tuesday. It's great to be back like doing the full complement of streams, although not Friday. But yeah, it's I've definitely missed this. There is Wes making his way down. He's going to be taking on Joe Hendry, I believe, as Joe and Trick are on a collision course. So Wes has said that he'll deal with Joe for Trick. Indeed, says Ben. Doesn't Wes look like Anthony Bowen's little brother? I can sort of see that from what I remember of Anthony Bowens. Okay, here's Joe. Still getting great reactions. Joe making his way down to the ring. Gotta think he's getting that belt back at Slammiversary. I think he, as I said, respect to TNA for kind of giving their main championship over to an NXT talent. They're really sort of digging into the whole Trick being disrespectful thing. Someone needs to stand up for TNA. I think it's going to be Joe, isn't it, at Slammiversary that's going to be that person and get that belt back. Apologies, says William. Tyson is a beast in his Twitter workout clip, says Johnny. Is there any chance of doing a Slammiversary watch-along, said Noctivix. I don't know. I mean, Trick is the champion. I don't know what the NXT presence... I would do it, really, if we were going to do it because of the NXT presence. I mean, all I can say is right now there's no plans. I actually don't even know when it falls. But, yeah, I think there's chances. It's just difficult because when it comes to TNA, I really don't want to start and mess around. If I was going to do it, I'd want to like be doing it, and I'm not doing it. So, you know, like Slammiversary is a bit of a one-off, I suppose, because it is their big show, isn't it? So, I don't know. If there's a good, strong NXT presence, I could be tempted, but yeah. But at the moment, no plans. The only match I know, actually, is Joe against Trick. Okay, we've actually got Trick on commentary. Alex said TNA is on fire right now. Yeah, I can believe it. No shade on TNA. I can believe it. It's just never been a regular part of our coverage. Obviously, their relationship with NXT has obviously made it more appealing, and there's a lot more crossover now. But to be honest with you, you know, we still haven't been doing it, and I don't feel like I've been missing out from a WWE perspective. So I don't know. I don't know what it would take, really. I don't know what it would take. Slammiversary is interesting because I know that's like their Wrestlemania, so I get it's their big show. Right, Jordan Grace is live tonight. Alex said, I had no idea that Trick was in CZW until last week. Edward said, Daze, I can vouch for Wendy Lucho and what was said about having ADHD. I've had it since I was 5. It is hard to focus. Stuff you guys help. I do have other things as well. Edward, shout out to you. Wrestle Knight said, Daze, I like the streams with 3 different accounts. I'm trying to help as much as possible. Well, Wrestle Knight, thank you, my friends. I really appreciate that. I hope you've had a good day. It's, yeah, it's, you know, we've got a great community, people that just love watching wrestling and sharing thoughts, and it's, yeah, good, chill. Drop kick there by Wes. William said, I'm here until 9:29 Eastern, as Carmen Live will no doubt appear at 9:31. Carmen Live does tend to appear later, actually. Clothesline there by Joe Hendry. Wes gets turned inside out. Joe Hendry staring over at Trick. Trick staring back at Joe as we go to commercial. Okay, we've gone to commercial. I know we've gone to commercial, and I have pressed pause. So you lot are going to have to tell me when we're back. You're going to have to let me know when we are back. Why does Carmen Live appear at 9:30, says Ben? I don't know, but does anyone else now start to think William might be Carmen Live? Oh my god, imagine if after all this time Carmen Live turned out to actually be a community member. Imagine that. Carmen Live doesn't have a profile picture. I think their profile picture tends to be like, is it like a C on like a slightly orangey background? There's no profile picture there. Just like Edwards. Doesn't have a profile picture apart from an E, which is short for drugs. It's short for ecstasy. So is Edward a dealer? We'll never know. Well, we will. Edward might tell us, actually. Or this one here, look. Oh, Thomas with a T. Yeah, a T. I don't know what that stands for. Typewriter. A dub. Dub for Will. But WrestleRants has got a dub as well. Leo has got an L. Leo, that might be a problem. You don't want an L, mate, do you? You don't want an L. But there we go. There's typewriter. So, yeah, I don't know about you. I'm always suspicious of people that don't have any kind of profile picture. That's suspicious. I don't know how I feel about William having my face. I mean, that's also very suspicious. And I think the worst are people that have wrestlers as their profile picture. They're the worst. Right here, look. That's really dodge. Do you know what I mean? That's really dodge. Look at that. You can't spell Wrestling Daze without dub, says Mayor Pete. Mayor Pete, you've only got a T. That should be like at least a TMP, shouldn't it? I feel like that is representing the one part of your name that probably matters the least. You know? The is not as important as Mayor Pete, is it? I haven't put my profile picture on this second account, says Mayor Pete. How about me, says Telford? Yeah, but you're representing Telford, aren't you, buds? You're representing Telford. That's okay. Your T is actually quite important. Your T is important. There's literally another Edward that's in here. Nathan. There we go, look. Nathan as well. We're still at commercial. Dan said, I've got picture. Marlon said, say his name and he appears. I believe in Wrestling Daze. Marlon, shout out to you, buds. Actually, do you know what? Speaking to the people that don't have profile pictures, it's making me think I probably don't speak to these people very often. Lewis, shout out to you. I speak to Mayor Pete a lot. Who else doesn't have a profile picture? Draco does. Akeem does. Dutz Luchla. Actually, a lot of you do, actually. Most of you do. I don't believe Carmen does. Sonny does. Hello, Sonny. Who else we got? There we go. Trey. Trey doesn't. Hi, Daze. Hi, Trey. Hope you're doing well, buds. Finisher 010. Hello. Hope you're doing well. We're all a bunch of faceless bots. Oh, my God. Imagine that. That would be like the end of the film, wouldn't it? Imagine I find out that actually I've never been speaking to anyone real. And it turns out all these years I've just been speaking to just computer software. Oh, my God. How would that make me feel? Oh, that would be a twist, mate, wouldn't it? That would be a serious twist. Imagine that. There's like a film about like a streamer. That'd be a good film, actually. About a streamer, and he like gets into like a bit of an online relationship, but never gets to meet the person, and like makes friends and loves hanging out with people. And then the twist at the end is that he finds out it was just one guy that had created a load of fake accounts, and they'd been just sending like AI messages all these years, and this guy had actually never been speaking to anyone real. Someone make that. That might be a Black Mirror episode already, actually. That might be a Black Mirror episode. We're back. Okay, I've got Wes Lee doing a suicide dive, landing onto Joe Hendry. Joe Hendry down. Wes Lee going over, grabbing Joe. Thank you to everyone that says we're back, by the way. Hello, Brian. Marlon, hello. Wes Lee getting back into the ring. He's over in the corner. Wes Lee looking to climb up, is he? Joe has grabbed the leg of Wes. Wes kind of kicks out at Joe. He goes up. Whoa, that's very impressive. Lands on top, goes for the cover. Kick out there by Joe. Kick out by Joe. James said, I already know who's won. A. Jobson said, spoiler alert, I am here. Thomas said, my tea not important. I'm back watching. Oh, no, your tea's important, buds. I love your tea. Your tea's very important. Wes Lee pushing the back there of Joe. Joe trying to get back up to his feet. You're about 10 seconds behind, says Wrestle Night. Okay, I can skip forward 10 seconds, actually. Right now, I've got Wes going up, looking for a DDT. No, couldn't get it. Joe grabbing him, looking to reverse into a superplex. Gets it. And plants Wes. Joe down. Wes is holding his back. Right now, we got Wes trying to get up to his feet. We've got Joe trying to get up to his feet. Shot coming in there by Joe. And again, Joe throwing in shots. Wes looking to go against the ropes. Clothesline there by Joe. He tries to pick up Wes, looking for a fall away. Oh my God, huge. Joe on his feet. Turns around. Wes over against the ropes. Grabs Wes, looking to pick him up. Shot coming in there by Wes. Shot coming back there by Joe. You're now 3 seconds ahead. Oh my God. Hang on, I can pause it 3 seconds. Now I've got, boom, Wes getting planted. Going for the cover. 1, 2, foot on the rope. Yeah, this is going to be really difficult, isn't it? I mean, people are going to be watching at different places. I'm trying to keep in sync with America, to be honest. I want to be in sync with CW Network. So I would say if you are ahead of the point where we are, then I would... Oh, there's Mike Santana. Boom, big shot. And again... Yeah, I'd say try and be respectful of those that are watching in America because they are forced to watch adverts. They can't skip through things. This is shown on CW in America. 1, 2. And there we go. We have a winner. Will said, because this is not live, I can skip around. Yes. Brony, hello. Daze, this is not live for us in the UK. No spoilers. The match is over. I'm confused. Yeah, so every time that in America they go to commercial break because they're having to watch this on the CW network because this is not on Netflix in America. It's on the CW network, but it is showing right now in America. So when they go to commercial, I just pause it because I don't want to sit here and tell them what's about to happen. That would be pointless, right? So whenever they go to commercial, I just pause my coverage. It does mean that I get a little out of sync and we have to knock it back in line and whatever. But yeah, it's going to be messy this week. Okay, look. Tatum was out there with Izzy last week and Zarya and Soul grabbed her. You need to keep an eye on her. Here's Izzy. I don't like how they're presenting Zarya. Zarya should not just take being shouted at like that. I might have lost the match, but I feel like I won your friendship. Okay, so Tatum seems to be kind of going off with Izzy. That probably will come back to bite her in the ass, to be honest. Right, Sol Ruka and Zarya are actually going to be taking on Tatum and Izzy tonight. So we got a tag match. There is Luca. Can Luca be trusted? We're going to hear from Luca next. Okay, time to pause again. Flipper, you know. Flippity-doodah. Right, I think that's another pause. So I've paused it. Do you believe in Mr. Hendry? You guys have got similar mannerisms. Well, I believe that he is popular. I believe that his gimmick works and connects with the crowd, and he's got a fan base and people like him. So, do I believe in him in that regard? Yes. Am I a fan? No, not really. It doesn't do it for me, as people know. I just can't get into it. I can't connect with it. I can't really sit here and tell you why. The best explanation I can give you is that I think this gimmick started in TNA, or I actually don't know when it started. I think it started in TNA. The whole turning around and we believe and waving hands and everything. And I feel like the very first time I saw him, he was doing this stuff. And I sort of feel like the train had left the station. I'm sort of like, hang on, why do people like this? I don't get this. He turns around like I don't get it. Like, why is that like amazing? Oh my God, this is so amazing. Like, I don't get it. And I just don't ever feel like I've been able to kind of get on board with it. Like, I don't know. But I do concede that if this had, like, let's say he was like a Brooks Jensen that was really struggling to connect with the crowds, or he was really struggling to find his feet. If this had started in NXT and I was there at the start of it, and I saw him go from being this guy that just couldn't work out, like, I don't know what I'm meant to be, I'm lost. And then all of a sudden he started doing this and it started working. Like, if I was there at the start, maybe I could get into it. Maybe then I would get it. Maybe I'd be, like, on board with it. But I think trying to get into it when it's already started, people have been able to do that. I'm sure a lot of people have joined, like, recently. But I don't know. It just doesn't do it for me. I just can't. I don't have any hatred towards him. I don't hate people that like him, or I don't hate him, or I have no issue in that regard. It's no chore to have watched his match. It won't be a chore if, like, I see him again and watch him again, but yeah, I don't know. I believe in the sense of I can see how successful it is. So it's quite interesting, actually. It's quite interesting to see, those kind of viral characters that are really connecting with people and are really, like, resonating in 2025. It's interesting to see what they're doing and how they're connecting, and Joe's one of the biggest examples, isn't it? Edward said, Days, when you go upstairs and see if your mum and dad, if they are awake, give them a hello from me. They won't be, but my dad's not here. My dad's actually gone back to work. My dad is someone that, retiring is, like, going to be a challenge for him. The company that he used to work for gave him a call, and they were like, can you just come back and help us out for a couple of days because we're really struggling? And he was like, okay, why not? So he's actually gone back. So he's not here, he's back at work, but only for a few days. But I think he wants to speak to them and see if they'd like him to come back on a regular basis for just a few days here and there. So yeah, he's actually he's back doing hotels at the moment. We're back, right? Oh my God, we're back. Right, we're back. I've got Luca about to make his way down. Alan said, Days, come on. What's this? What am I coming on with, buds? We are back. Wrestling Creates Entertainment said Hendry is a wrestling parody. I don't know. I mean, it'd be an interesting kind of deep dive into his character, honestly. Okay, Luca is in the ring. Lexis King facial hair doesn't look as painted on tonight, says Jamie. We've got Luca in the ring with Antonio coming out. Oh, right. I think I'm behind. So Luca wants to put this to bed. Tony is making his way out. So I've got Tony coming out. I feel I'm going to skip 10 seconds because I feel... Okay. Tony is talking and he's getting in the ring. Luca in the ring. Tony in the ring. Your dad will never retire. You think everyone's against you, Tony? King Yeti, shout out to you, bud. You screwed me last week. Listen. You're the one that hit me. I listen to you, but now you're listening to me. I have never done a damn thing to doubt you. That's loyalty. Okay, so Luca in the ring with Tony. Here comes Stacks, winner of that Heritage Cup last week. I wouldn't be standing here as the Heritage Cup champ if it wasn't for you. Okay, so Luca tells Stacks to shut the hell up. Oh, big shot there by Luca. Luca hits Tony. Oh my God, Luca nails Stacks. Has Luca just had it with both? My loyalty lies with Luca Crucifino. So Luca just nailed both of them and he walks away. So we still haven't really learnt anything there, to be honest. We haven't really learnt anything. I still don't trust him. If I was Tony, I would let him go because this could still be a big play by Luca and Stacks to just really try and convince Tony that Luca is his own person, you know? They're working really hard to try and convince us that he is not working with Stacks, but the more they do it, the more I think he is. That was a much better segment than what I saw when I was catching up the past few weeks. Okay, here's Inamura. Look at the size of Oba and Briggs. Did anyone think Briggs was that much bigger than Oba? I am not the hunted. I am the hunter. Do you know, the more that I see Oba, the more he's not the big giant guy that I thought he was, actually. Like, that Jasper Try is as big as Oba, and Josh Briggs is bigger. Right, here's Lexis. Oba's thicker, though, said Will. Well, that's a good point. But I don't know why. In my mind, I thought he was so much bigger than, like... I mean, he is thick, you're right. But I thought from a height point of view, he was, like, one of the biggest we had. I just thought it was this big mountain of a man. But I've seen a few people kind of step up to him that have made him look... not average, but just like... do you know what I mean? Like, Jasper Try, same size. Josh Briggs, sizably bigger. Noticeably bigger. Still bigger than the average guy, though, isn't he? I mean, he's still going to look good against the average person. Right, commercial break again. Jeez Louise. Right, I need to do a poll, don't I? Now, there was issues with polls during our member stream, and I don't know if that's going to be resolved here. I tried to do a poll during our member stream, and it wouldn't allow me to have 3 options. Yeah, do you know what? It's still not working. with 3 options. But it will work if I have 4. Okay. Well, I need 4, so it doesn't matter. So, I don't know what that's about. But it's not allowing me to have 3 options, but it will give me 4. There we go. This is the Joe, Hendry, Wes Lee match that you're scoring now. So, Joe, Hendry, Wes Lee. Daze, shrinkage is a real thing. Femi is shrinking. Even you will shrink, says Ben. Oh, I've already shrunk, buds. Wrestle Knight said, Josh Briggs is underrated. He just needs a better character. Well, I mean, honestly, I'm quite surprised at how big he was there. And that says to me that, you know, we're struggling to find big guys to bring into wrestling. If you've got someone the size of Briggs there, yeah, I agree with you. Like, that's a really good starting point. Just need to try and figure out, like, a character, a gimmick, something that's going to really get him going. We haven't found it. I mean, I thought his tag team with Jensen was quite good, actually. But they've obviously split them apart. I don't think Brooks has really found his... Well, definitely hasn't found his character. Thought the culling might be something for him, but he's been kicked out of that. So I'm guessing when he comes back, he'll go after Sean Spears. He'll go after the Cullins. So maybe something will come of that. But yeah, Briggs, his relationship with Inamura has been pretty fun. But yeah, that's obviously not a long-term thing. So did Joe win? Said God, he did. Yes. Dutch Luch Lala said, I would take Dijak over Briggs. Well, I don't disagree. Dijak was an excellent performer. Someone that really loved the business, cared, very active online. Quite Carrion-esque in a way. Like, you know, looked good, had a good size, very active on social media. Do you remember he used to ratio people all the time? And he was very active online. And it's very disappointing when we saw him leaving. I don't know why, actually. I mean, he was putting on bangers as well. He's putting on really, really great matches. He had a run in NXT where he was putting on some seriously impressive matches. But I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know. I've not heard any rumours as to why we ended up parting ways with Dijak. That was a real disappointment. I saw a topless video of Eric Bischoff looking ripped, says Jamie. Wow. Jamie, you and me go to very different websites. You go to toplesswrestlingpersonalities.com, and I just don't ever go there, to be honest. James said, Daze, I wish Brooks would or could do that old school gimmick. Yeah. I was really excited by that. He had like Boston as his entrance theme, and he was posting pictures and videos of old promos, and yeah, I agree. I thought there was some meat on that bone. Retro, nostalgic, kind of, you know, could put in little Easter eggs from promos in the past and do little sequences. And that would play really well on social media. If he did like a sequence... If he did a sequence that was from an old match, I'm sure someone would find it, and then they'd be able to do it like, oh, did you see that Brooks did this, and it was taken from Ric Flair, Shawn Michaels? Like, do you know what I mean? Or he said this line, and it was taken from this promo. Like, that would play so well on social media. We're back on, said Akeem. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to skip forward 10 seconds. We've just got George Gums Jr. in the crowds. And right now we've got Myles Borne about to make his way out. So Myles versus Lexis King is going to be our next match. What they've done for Brooks Jensen is strange. They split that tag team, gave a go nowhere throwback gimmick, made him interrupt shows, put him in the Cullen, and then kicked him out, said Steve. That's exactly what they did. I forgot about the interrupting shows stuff, you know. Right, Myles versus Lexis. We back, said Denis. We back. Myles seems like a good guy, but a bland character. You could say that he could use a Borne identity. Right, here we go then. Myles against Lexis. Lexis got a bit of a smile on his face here. Myles Borne has looked quite good in his match. I really enjoyed his match with Oba when he had that opportunity, when the Battle Royal had that opportunity. He's come out of No Quarter Catch Crew. Roll through there by Lexis. Cartwheeling over. Nice. Trying to... Oh, lovely little kick to the head there by Lexis. Myles goes back against the ropes over the other side. Lexis jumps over. Nice. Flip there by Myles. Lexis against the ropes. And I like this by Lexis. He's sort of done a couple of things there where he just shows that he's just mentally thinking one step ahead. You know, went against the ropes. Myles went down and Lexis just stepped over him nonchalantly. There was that little moment where he was down on the ground and he just flicked a little kick at Myles. Gator roll there by Myles Borne. Myles trying to find a way of getting the crowds on his sides. Chop coming in there by Lexis. Myles goes back. Myles' music is solid, said Dominic. Would you ever do the Lexis beard, said Wrestle with Andy. I don't even know if I could do the Lexis beard, to be honest. Probably the best way of doing it would be completely shave and then get a Sharpie. That would probably be the best, cleanest way of doing it. I don't know that I could manage it with facial hair, like trying to like actually do it. Here we go. Up top. Looking for a superplex. Lexis up there with Myles. That's a great camera angle. That's a really great camera angle. 1, 2. Kick out there by Myles. Okay. Lexis just mocking the crowd. We're seeing those. Are they NFL? I'm guessing they are. Shot to the midsection. Knee to the midsection. Myles going over the other side. Boom, Lexis collides in. It's a good show, said David. That would be gold, seeing Daze with a Lexis beard, said Dr. Lucha Lala. It looks like a fun show, says David. Take a 1990, said Daze. I assume you did get caught up on NXT from the holiday. What do you think of what happened with Blake? What about being put through the table? I thought it was interesting. I don't quite know how that's going to play into, you know, we know that Jordan's got a shot at JC. I don't know kind of what's next for Blake, but obviously Fatal Influence had their influence. So I don't quite know how that's all going to fit into each other. I don't know if maybe Blake gets the winner, but I don't know. How quickly do we want to try and put that belt onto Blake Monroe? I sort of feel like she's obviously going to be women's champion at some point. I might be tempted to do some feuds first. But yeah, I like the presentation of her. I like that like little animated character. She did say a line, though, during the contract signing. She said, have you ever tried this one? And then punched JC. And I know that is a line Sabrina Carpenter uses in her live shows. She's got a song called Juno, and it's got a line in there that's like, have you ever tried this position? And it's all to do with, like, you know, sex positions. Have you ever... And during her gig, she'll, like, get on her hands and knees and give a little cheeky look to the camera. And apparently, like, at each show, she'll change it a little bit. Like, have you ever tried this one? Have you ever tried this one? So as soon as Blake Monroe at that press conference, that contract signing said, have you ever tried this one? And then punched JC, immediately I was like, oh my God, another Sabrina Carpenter reference. Because it turns out this whole character is based on Sabrina Carpenter. The animation, the footage of her, like, getting ready and all that stuff, like, it's all connected with Sabrina Carpenter. Ooh. Daze knows an odd amount about Sabrina Carpenter, said the Beach Kevin. It was one of those, I could tell you where I got it from. It was one of those, like, YouTube shorts where it was like, can you believe Sabrina does this at her concerts? And I was like, what does Sabrina do at her concerts? Each tour, she mixes it up. The song Juno, and it kind of went into it. So that's how I know about it. The reason I know that the Blake Monroe character is based on it is because a lot of people were saying it was sort of taken from Tony Storm. And so there was a big conversation about that. But online, they showed a side-by-side comparison that it was actually taken from Sabrina. Okay, I've got Dark State. I actually don't mind Sabrina Carpenter. I could name 2 of her songs, though. I could name Espresso and Juno. That's it. So my knowledge isn't that great. I know she came from the Disney Channel, though. I don't know what show. Yeah, I've got Dark State right now. You're a little bit ahead of me, said Brony. Oh, okay. I could go back a little bit. Whereabouts are you, though? I mean, I'm still at Dark State. They just said, we know where we're going to go next, but you don't. Right. Now I've got Thea Hale coming out. It just ended, said Brony. Yes. I think we're about in line. By the time you've written that, and I've seen it, I think we're about in sync. I've got Thea Hale making her way out. So we just had Lexis versus Myles. This woman has got boundless energy. We've already had 43 minutes of this show. That's gone quick. Oh, God. Okay, pause again. Jesus. I am so glad that we do not have to do this on a regular basis. I wouldn't do this. This is not workable. I would have to try and find a way of using a VPN and watching CW Network somehow. Because this is just... Thank God this is not the regular. And actually, do you know what? I know that I'm not around on Friday because, of me going to Oasis. But part of me is like, of all the weeks to miss, this is probably the best one. A taped episode of SmackDown that is just going to be like this faffing around where we have to keep pausing and playing and catching. Oh, my God. Do you know what? I'm all right with not having that hassle for a week. So, of all the weeks, I've got to thank my lucky stars that actually it was this week. A pre-tape show that would be a flipping nightmare to stream anyway. Myles picks up the win, but I'm giving it a D, said Blue Wheel Sonic. Brony said, what's your favourite Oasis song? Mine is Wonderwall. I really like Wonderwall, but that's a great question, honestly, because the Oasis fan in me would like to go something like Acquiesce or, not a deep cut, but something that's maybe not on one of their What's the Story, Morning Glory albums, or Definitely Maybe albums. Their Masterplan album was incredible. It was a collection of B-sides, and honestly, their B-sides are better than a lot of bands' A-sides. The Masterplan album's incredible. Even the Masterplan, actually. The Masterplan's an incredible song. Acquiesce is an incredible song. They've got loads. I mean, that Masterplan album is a delight. But it's hard to not say something like Slide Away or Live Forever, Rock and Roll Star, Supersonic. It'd probably be something off Definitely Maybe, the first album. It's my favourite album. Not ever, but it's my favourite album of theirs. It would be in my top 50 favourite albums of all time. Might even make my top 30, actually. Definitely Maybe by Oasis. Brilliant album. Incredible album. I put it well ahead of What's the Story, Morning Glory. When I was growing up, a lot of those lists had What the Story, Morning Glory as like one of the very best albums of all time, and it was well ahead of Definitely Maybe. I massively disagreed with that. I always thought Definitely Maybe was rawer and better. And I think as time's gone by, I think Definitely Maybe starts to get a bit more love than What's the Story now. So... it'd be hard to narrow it down to one. If I had a gun to my head, I might go I don't know. I might panic and say Colombia off. Definitely, maybe. Honestly, definitely, maybe. I don't know that there's a single skip on there. I think every track's a winner. Every track is flipping a winner on that album. Hannah said, Daze, I'm still shocked that we're 20 years away from that Hassan Undertaker angle. But I missed 2005 with the month-long draft. I don't know that I'm shocked. I think that feels like a long time ago, to be honest. I think because it's something that's so controversial, and I just don't see us doing that now, and the world has changed so much that actually it does feel like it's from a different era. So I don't know that I'm that shocked that it was 20 years ago, to be honest. Yeah, I actually broke my ankle that summer. I was in hospital when there was the terrorist attack, so I know exactly where I was when all of that was going out. Are we back yet? Robert said, Mine Champagne Supernova. Amazing. Ian said, I'm with you. Colombia's epic. Do you know, I mean, honestly, you could pick pretty much any track off Definitely Maybe and you'd be onto a winner, so gun to my head, I might go Colombia. We're back. Oh my God, Jesus Christ. Right, Lainey Reed is coming out, and I don't know much about this girl because I haven't seen much of her at all. First time I ever saw her was when she came out and confronted JC. We have seen her wrestle before. It's weird that she's just completely bypassed Evolve. Is she? I mean, I get the feeling she's like next in line. I don't know that she's got a wrestling back. I don't know anything about this girl. Laney's trying to become the biggest, the largest in NXT. That's what Booker just said. And Vic's like, I would ask you to elaborate on that, but the bell's about to ring. I do like the commentary team, actually. I think they all three work so... Like, Booker just comes out with these wild, like, comments. Really, it's Vic and Corey that do the bulk of the commentary. And then Booker just comes in with, like, some... You've got the play-by-play of Vic. You got the color commentary of Corey. And then you've got, like, the super color commentary of Booker. Honestly, maybe they should look to do that on Raw. Perhaps you have the play-by-play of Michael Cole, the colour commentary of Corey, and if you do have to have Pat, like if he has to be involved, maybe he can just do like a more reduced sort of part where he just comes in and just does a bit of a Booker thing as the third person, you know? Right now, we've got Thea being smashed into that top turnbuckle. Suplex there by Laney. Kader said, that's why we love Booker. Booker was quoting a song. Oh, was he? What song? That passed me by. No spoilers, but there are a few good things from SmackDown, said Steve. They did a few things I wasn't expecting. I actually haven't seen anything. Do you know, last night I was meant to do an unseen, and I ended up not doing it because normally it takes like hours to compile unseen, but that's fine. People love it. I love doing it. No problem. And I went to do it, and no word of a lie, I swear on my family's life, right? And I don't do that with, like, you know, just throw that out there. But I reckon it was around about double the amount of posts that I would normally go through. Was I kept scrolling and 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 scrolling. And when I looked, I'd only gone back an hour. I was like, "What's gone on?" And like, what's going on? I looked at it. I was like, "This is just I can't get through all this." I don't know if it was because it had started earlier and maybe like not only did you have America, but like maybe people in the UK could watch it. I think a lot of people in the UK watch it the next day. I think there was more people that were watching last night. And then you had all the SmackDown stuff afterwards as well. So you had all that on top. Like, it wasn't a normal week yesterday. It wasn't a normal Raw. And as a result, oh my God, I could not believe the amount of stuff there was. I was going back like page after page after page through my list. And I'd only gone back an hour. I was like, I'd scrolled and scrolled and scrolled and scrolled. I still hadn't got back to the end of Raw, where everyone was talking about the end of Raw. I was like, oh my God, I just cannot get through all that. So I was like... So at the moment, the heavens are absolutely determined for me to not bring Unseen back. So I'm not even going to say when it's coming back anymore. I ain't committing to it. Everything that can go wrong at the moment is going wrong. We've gone through a period of folders not working. We've gone through a period of nothing on Sunday. We've gone through a period of everything on Monday. We've gone through a period of me losing my voice on Saturday after doing flipping quite a few streams after, being away. I feel like whatever barriers there are to stop me doing them, they're showing themselves at the moment. But it is going to come back one day, I promise you. Right now, we've got Kimura there by Thea, but Lainey gets out. She cheats, but the ref sees. The referee has spotted the cheating. Lainey is livid. Thea rolls up Lainey to kick out by Lainey. Oh, big kick coming in. And did Thea have the rope? Did you see the clip where Jay dropped that birthday cake? I did, yeah, saw that this morning. I don't know if that was real or not real. Mayor Pete, shout out to you, my friends. Scottish Nightmare said, where are we? I'm watching a lady match. Well, I've just got to the end of that lady match. Right now, we've got No Quarter Catch Crew backstage. Need to get the poll up for the next one. I want a one-on-one match with you, and if I win, I want out. I don't know how he's managed to get Myles Borne off his arm, but he's got Myles Borne off his arm. It's interesting. I was looking at the jacket there, right? So the jacket that Ren was wearing, it still says Myles Borne. She hasn't took it off. The jacket that Charlie's wearing, it's Myles Borne's name is missing. I don't know if he's scratched it off or if he's put a bit of tape over it, but he's actually took the name off. Here is Zarya and Sol Ruka. Charlie, I don't know what Charlie is like really struggling with his promos. His promos are very flat in their tone, aren't they? It's like it's all like that. He's like, I don't think you want to do that, Tavian. That'll be 2 losses. No, I do want to do that. I do want to leave. Well, okay, if you want to, it's I don't know. Promo definitely an area that Charlie Dempsey needs to really find some variety with. Okay, we got Jasper Try. It's Sol Ruka and Zarya making their way out. Steve said No Quarter Catch Crew is probably dead. Jasper Try, I gotta say, man, he's come straight out of the gate. That's not a bad promo. I got to say, he's come straight out of the gate and he has put on some really good matches. I think he's got an understanding of his kind of character. He's quite intense. He's got a good size to him. Like, do you know what I mean? We're not messing around when it comes to Jasper Try, are we? Here we go. We got the Cullen. We got Tatum and Izzy making their way down. I just don't feel like Tatum fits this group. I don't really get the play here. I don't really get the strategy here. I don't really understand what they're trying to achieve. I mean, I look at Izzy. I look at Nico. I look at Tatum and she's just like, she just doesn't fit, does she? But I don't think she's meant to fit. I think it's meant to feel a little like, yeah, she's going to betray her. Zarya and Solruka are trying to warn her that this is not the direction to go. You know, I mean, like, there's Tatum with a doll. Handing it to Shawn Spears and... Solruka coming over, trying to make this point, trying to say that she is not your friend. Zarya is now coming over, and Izzy is coming in. Izzy is pushing Zarya. Okay, we are underway then with our next match, women's tag match. Solruka and Zarya taking on Tatum and Izzy. Okay, we've got a poll that's running at the moment. That is for the Laney versus Thea match. I think this show's okay at the moment. In ring, we are probably struggling a little bit. You lot scored the first match good 94. You scored the second match good 96. And at the moment, good is winning on this as well. So NXT normally delivering some really good in-ring action for us and maybe just struggling a little bit right now. Sean says, we've gone to commercial. Oh, right, you're at commercial. Oh, I've not gone to commercial. Oh, that means I really don't know where we are. Normally there's a little part in the show where I can tell that we've gone to commercial. But I did not pick up on any little commercial thing. Well, when you get back, you're going to have to tell me where we are, and I will have to try and figure it out. How many former ex-WWE superstars have been outside? Is it AEW New Japan? How many former ex-superstars have been doing outsides? I don't know what you mean, Marlon. There's lots of ex-WWE out there in different companies. We're at the Jasper Try bit. Oh my God, really? God, I really am out of sync. Oh God, this is so annoying this week. Okay, well, I've got Jasper Try speaking. Now I have got the Cullen coming out. We're at the middle of the Jasper Try. Cullen coming out, said Rare Breeds. Okay, I'm with you there. I've got the Cullen coming out. I mean, I'll tell you exactly what I've got. There's Tatum in the dark, smile on her face. Izzy standing behind, arms outstretched. They now start walking. Izzy starts walking. Shawn starts walking. Nico starts walking. They're making their way towards the ring. Izzy with a smile on her face as Tatum goes on the ring steps. We've got Izzy climbing up, getting in the ring. We've got Shawn on the ring steps. We've got Nico on the ring steps, climbing up. They're in the ring now, said Rare Breeds. I've got them in the ring now. I might be a touch behind you guys. Maybe I'm a touch behind now. Jared said Jasper Try is kind of being billed like a Jacob Fatu. He's big, he's strong, he's dominant. Definitely feels like, you know, they're positioning him around that championship straight out of the gate. No flipping mid-card title for him at the moment. Although, I do wonder if he'll, like, fail and slip down to the mid-card. Match is starting now. Oh, okay. Maybe I'm a touch behind. Bella sounded. Soul Root. I'll skip forward 10 seconds. Okay, here we go. This is where I was before, where we've got the bell sounding. I've got Izzy going to the outside of the ring. There's Zarya. There's Soul Ruka. Soul Ruka going over, grabbing Tatum. Picking up Tatum. Tatum, no, over against the ropes. Crowd a little bit quieter this week. I mean, it might just be this match. Might be like, they might pick up a bit as we get stuck into stuff. I wish they could get more people in that room. Flipping over. Lovely. That was great by Tatum. Really good. Why does Zarya look a lot like Sarah Logan, Valhalla? I can see similarities there. I don't think she looks exactly like her, though. I mean, there's not the Viking vibe. Slam by Izzy. Izzy reaches over, grabs the hand of Tatum. Tatum going to the outside. Soul Ruka goes over into the corner. Izzy charges in. Shoulder barge there by Izzy. Chop coming in there by Izzy as well. Chop coming in there by Izzy as Soul Ruka is still in the corner. Tatum comes in. Big boots coming in there by Tatum. Right now we've got trip there by Soul. Soul going over. Kick out there by Tatum. Working on the arm. Pulling down on the arm. And again. Tag match. Zarya just speared Soul Ruka on mine, said Scottish Nightmare. Not at that point yet. Yeah, I mean, look, we are into the second hour now, so we'll have a few more commercial break dramas, but by and large, we are getting through the show. I appreciate it's not ideal, but we'll do the best we can. Boot there by Zarya. Tag being made. Izzy about to come in. In-ring is struggling tonight, said Jeremy. Tracy, good night, my friends. Wrestle Rant said, you're good. You're only behind by about 15 seconds or so. Okay. Big boot there by Izzy. I mean, if it is 15-ish, I can skip forward 10 seconds. I'll skip forward 10 seconds. Right now, I've got Izzy in there with Zarya. Shot coming in there by Izzy. Zarya coming back with a big blow of her own. It's good seeing Izzy and Zarya going at it, actually. These are two of the bigger women. Two of the stronger powerhouse women. You could have a real fun match between these two. Big boot there by Zarya. Tatum with a big crossbody. 1, 2. Kick out. Tatum coming over, grabbing a hold of Zarya. Tatum has got Zarya down. That was a really great crossbody. Look at that. Really great crossbody. Tatum trying to find a way of getting back up. And again, she would have made a really fun sister Abigail, actually, wouldn't she, Tatum? Oh, slam down, gets back up on her feet. Boom! Duck underneath. Lovely. Izzy goes face first. Tag being made. In comes Zarya. Yeah, crowd still not massively invested. You can see them just sort of sat in the background. We're over against the ropes. Surfboard. She's standing on the back of Tatum. Jumps off Tatum to land on top of Izzy. And then Zarya chucks Tatum on top of Izzy. Oh, Jesus. Are we going to commercial break again? This feels like commercial. Okay. There we go. Is it me? It seems like Corey is always fighting with Booker on the mic, says Thomas. Yeah, I think that some of that is just a bit of banter, honestly. I don't know that it's like anything serious to it. Commercial. We are at commercial. AJ said, Daze, I know in SmackDown, Alexa and Charlotte, when they go to Evolution, they are one in the match in the Women's Tag Team Championship, said AJ. Well, I don't know if that's like official from SmackDown. If it is, I don't want to know about it because obviously spoilers and all of that. I'm not interested. But yeah, it is believed that they will be added. We were talking yesterday about what teams will get added to that match, and I could absolutely see them being a team that gets added. But actually, I genuinely have not seen any spoilers from SmackDown, where the only stuff that I saw when I was looking to try and compile and seen was just like I was like trying to go through the pages that I've got, and it was just page after page after page, but I didn't actually look to see. It didn't matter. I wasn't interested. I was looking to try and get back to just before Raw, because I thought, well, I'll get all the stuff from Raw, and you know, when I get to the SmackDown stuff, I just whatever. I'll have to, you know, deal with it. I was not going to include it in Unseen, but there's no way of avoiding it, is there? If you're going to be on social media, you're not going to avoid it. But actually, there was so much stuff. I couldn't even get to the start of the Raw coverage going back on my timeline. So I was like, geez, this just ain't happening. I mean, by the time I'd go through all of that, compile it, present it, record it, upload it was going to be flipping... I don't know what time it would have gone up, honestly. So a bit of a weird one yesterday. A bit of a weird one. Thomas said, back to commercial. Yeah, I've got it a commercial. When does it come back, said Stone Cold. Well, I've been trying to bring it back for days. And for one reason or another, I just keep finding, or you know, encountering issues, finding problems. So I'm not gonna mess people around. I'm gonna say I don't know, but just know that I am constantly looking to bring it back. I'm not avoiding it. I'm not trying to not do it. So it'll be back as soon as possible. CW like commercial kings, said Akeem. NXT crowd are dead. Are they AI? Said Edward. Honestly, I think they've been quite good. I mean, I watched the past two NXTs last night. I mean, when I decided, like, man, I just cannot get this Unseen done, I turned my attention to catching up with NXT. So I watched those instead, and I thought the crowds were pretty good. But yeah, this week, little subdued. NXT's been good, said Thomas. Daze, is NXT moving on the CW network, not on Netflix anymore? No, it's CW network in America, but for international audiences, it's Netflix. We're back. Right, we're back. I've got backslap tag there by Izzy. Izzy going against the ropes. Drop kick there by Izzy. King Yeti, thank you. Remains unseen. It's the most accurately named video series of all time. Over in the corner goes Zarya. And don't you ever shut up, said Christopher. Right now we've got Zarya in the middle. We got a Inzaguri miss there by Tatum. Zarya around the back of Tatum. Drop kick there by Tatum. Zarya going over in the corner. Crossbody there by Tatum. And we've got Izzy kind of really pulling on Tatum as Zarya is trapped in the corner. I'd like to see a bit more of Nico. I haven't seen Nico doing anything for a long time. But he's got quite a good look, Nico. Oh, we got some blood. Looks like, I don't know how she's done that, but Izzy's nose is bleeding. Solruka over on the other side, trying to get the crowd going. Oh, shot coming in there by Zarya. Strike coming back there by Izzy. Izzy picking up Zarya, planting her down. She looks really good. She looks really dominant in there. Whoa! Lovely work there by Tatum. 1, 2. That was great. coming off the ropes, flipping over, delivering a leg drop to the back of the heads. Have we seen that? I don't know if we've seen that before. It's Tatum Tuesday, says the sign in the front row. Tatum has got a lot of talent, says Booker. It is true that her gimmick can sort of shadow like how committed she is in the ring. That was a lovely little spot that she did. And you know what? She doesn't worry about chucking herself around, and you know, she gets planted, and she's very, very committed. Like, you sort of feel like when you're watching her, she's giving everything, you know? Right now, we've got a sleeper hold applied. Who is going to win? Will it be the Zarya team or the Izzy team? Well, I think it would be the Izzy team. I think Izzy is there for Tatum. And I think she's trying to show that if you join us, this will be good for you. So I don't know if it would make sense for the Izzy team to lose. Tatum comes over, knees there by Zarya, roll through by Zarya, tag made for Sol. Clothesline, down goes Tatum, back elbow there by Sol, back elbow. Tatum goes down. Duck underneath, takes the legs away. Don't know what that did, but it got her into a different position where she delivers a drop kick and a kip up there by Sol Ruka. I don't know if I've asked this, but do we know if Tyler Bate and Sol Ruka are still in a relationship? It doesn't matter. I have no interest, to be honest, but it's just... it'd just be interesting to know. Because if they are still together, that's been quite a while. Here we go. We got Sol going up. Boom! Crashing down. Onto Izzy. 1, 2. Tatum makes the save. Sol goes to the outsides. Happy Canada Day. Happy Canada Day. AJ Simon, shout out to you. Happy Canada Day, everyone. Bang on the feet. Double knees. Down goes Zarya. Izzy trying to tag Tatum. Where's Tatum gone? Where's she gone? Where did she go? Where did she go? Oh, there she is. Oh! Zarya accidentally spears Sol Ruka. Charging over, going over the top to the outsides. Kick coming in there by Tatum. Bang! Izzy plants Sol. Izzy gets the pin and the win. It is a victory for Izzy and Tatum. Well, do you know what? The action in that was not bad. And I think it made obviously sense that the result went that way. Let's get match scores. Nice, well produced, an 8, said Akeem. Tyler is banging all the fine honeys, says Ben. Don't love Tatum in the culling, says A. Jobson. Josh said maybe Zarya is the one that the Cullen are recruiting, and they are using Tatum to drive a wedge between Sol and Zarya. Well, I don't think she fits in that group, but I don't think she's going to be in that group long, to be honest. Hello, Vanity Projects. I don't think Ethan is the person you should align with. I want my rematch, said Ricky. Vanity Projects. I love Vanity Project with Ethan Page. I think it's brilliant. Hondos. Yeah, Hondos. You can have a shot if you survive the Vanity Project Gauntlet. A real cute Slim Jim. Okay, so we are going to do the gauntlet next week. Hondos. Hondo. Ava's like Hondos. Hey, that was pretty good. That was pretty fun. Okay, have you guys got Chase U now? Or I've got Chase U. It might be time for this old dog to learn some new tricks. No, we're at commercial. Oh, God. Okay. Well, maybe Chase U might be after the break. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Could be. Might not be. We'll have to find out, won't we? Once we get back from commercial, we'll have to find out. Austin, hello. I've been watching WWE Vault a lot lately. Classic 93-96, says Tony. Let's go. They've got is it a New Generation stream that they've got running at the moment? Just constantly playing New Generation stuff, that era. Ben said, I wouldn't be surprised if Jock Daze was like Tyler Bates. Yeah. Well, keep telling yourself that. Yep. It's exactly what it was like, buds. Exactly what it was like. Sol and Zarya versus Izzy and Tatum. Do we know what time it is? It's SummerSlam time, said Thomas. Oh, SummerSlam. Fighting to survive. SummerSlam. Daze, what would you do if Unseen finished? What would I do if Unseen finished? Well, first of all, it's not. But if it finished, then I'd have to find another kind of video series to support the streams. I feel like the streams are obviously the main focus, but there's a lot of people that can't join us for the live watch-alongs or prefer to watch wrestling like just on their own. And so, you know, the video series is obviously really important to the channel. So, I mean, to be honest, it can't stay away for much longer. I mean, I really do need to get it back up and running again. So, yeah, if it went away, then there'd be some other video series. I don't know what, though, because I have not thought about it. I don't need to, because obviously Unseen is, you know, really well received. I've been in Daisy's chat for so long now, it's part of my life, said William. No matter what I am doing or where I am here in the chat, says William. And William, shout out to you, my friends. It's true. William has been with us for, honestly, I would say it's over, well, easily over 3 months. William's been with us by this point. A said, I enjoy Unseen. Well, I enjoy doing it as well, buds, and I am going to try and bring it back as soon as possible for you. So, but I don't want to commit to any time because, I mean, I've been trying to bring it back since flipping Friday, and here we are on Tuesday, and I still have not succeeded. So, there's just, I don't know. It's just there's lots of different reasons as to why it's proven to be a bit difficult, but it'll come back. We know SmackDown was taped. When was NXT taped? I didn't even know it was, but I thought it was live tonight. It was only when I started the stream people said about it being taped, so I don't know. I don't even know why it was taped, to be honest. Maybe people travelling back to see their family for the 4th of July, maybe. Could it be something like that? Not sure. How are you watching NXT live? For me, it's not live. I'm watching the replay. Yeah, I'm watching the replay. It isn't live tonight. It's just the video that's been uploaded to Netflix. 3 months is forever, considering I'm sitting on death's row for that thing we are not supposed to talk about, says William. Yeah, William. Our secret. Ricky and Ethan. Oh, are you at Ricky and Ethan? Oh, God, did the ad break start early? Did I? Oh, God. That was way too short. We're back now, said Akeem. Okay, but what have you got? Where are you? AJ, shout out to you. Thomas, shout out to you, buds. Here we go. We're back. Yeah, but what have you got? What are you watching? We're back. I don't even know where you are. What is on your screens? James has finished NXT. James, shout out to you. We've got 38 minutes. Chase you! I've got Chase you. Guys, it is Chase you. If it weren't for you, I never would have reopened Chase University. So they don't appreciate the way he's been speaking to them. Next week. Okay. Singles match. Kale has got a singles match next week. Wow. Okay, so, I mean, Chase U, they don't like how they've been spoken to. And so now Andre Chase is sort of tailoring his messaging rather than like, you suck, you la la la, is like trying to be a bit more motivational. I wonder if that change is going to result in anything like positive happening. Like maybe they start getting wins. Perhaps this is what was missing before. Maybe Thea could go back. Okay, we got Joe Hendry, we got Kelly Kincaid. This segment is a little too progressive for me, said King Yeti. Anna said, enjoy the rest of the show. I've finished watching it. Anna, shout out to you. Have a good evening, buds. Okay, we got Mike Santana. Mike Santana's been so impressive whenever I've seen him. All right. Santana and Joe Hendry are teaming up to take on High Rise next week. So Mike Santana said, as much as I believe Joe's a cornball, he does rep TNA to the max. Santana, really impressive in ring recently. Okay. Oh, there's Inamura. You're going to be the one. You're going to dethrone the ruler. I got this, says Inamura. Inamura taking on Jasper Try. Let's go. Days, when will WWE bring back Super Brawl? I thought they trademarked it about a year ago. I thought it could have been a PLE. Oh, did they trademark it? I think you're right. I think they did. I don't know. I don't know why. I I wonder if they had to trademark it for historical purposes or something. I don't know. Oh, here's Jasper Try throwing chains down. You'd think if they were going to do something with it new, they would have done it by now. Right, let's end this poll because we are moving on to our next match. Jasper Try has made his way down. Chains McGrew getting in the ring right now. Jasper Try. That match just missing out on being great. It gets a good 100 score. Oh my God, another commercial break. Honestly, it's only when you have to keep pausing and going back and pausing and keep going back and pausing and keep... It's only then you realise how many flipping commercials there are. Jasper Try versus Inamura. This match could be really good, actually. Jasper Try showed himself to be good talent when he went up against Oba the other week. Inamura, he's got a good connection with the fans, actually. The whole him leaving, you know, I hoped I could have achieved more, but then coming back. I think that was a genius move. I would like to see Mike Santana as TNA champ. Is a great signing. TNA have signed Cedric Alexander, said Nathan. Daze, I think whoever loses between Ricky and Ethan at Great American Bash later that same day could join Seth's faction at Saturday night's main event, said AKF. Daze, I was watching a video by GD Network that shows more detail of Jay botching Cody and the birthday cake. So it shows Cody picking up the cake himself instead of Jay. Yeah, I've seen that footage. It's on social media. Again, if we'd have done an unseen, I would have included it. But yeah, he kind of... Cody goes over, tries to pick it up, doesn't he? And I mean, the cake's upside down and all this stuff. The only thing I don't know is if they did it on purpose or Jay did it on purpose for, like, lols. You know? It's like one of those, if there's a cake in wrestling, someone's head's going to go in it. I know this was after the show, but it's still out in front of the fans. So part of me wonders, like, did he do it because it was the funny thing to do? And actually there's another cake backstage for Cody. You know, was this just a fun little moment? Or, I don't know. He might have just legitimately dropped it, but I did find myself looking at it going, oh, I'm not sure. I still can't believe Uriah Connors is Finlay's son, said Wrestle Knight. He doesn't look like him. And he hasn't got, like, the builds or... Yeah, it's a bit random, isn't it? I agree. Do you think that after SummerSlam, WWE will bring back Strowman to join the Wyatts? No, I don't expect that. Edward said Jay was showing the crowd and it slipped. Yeah. I mean, he was showing the crowd, but did he need to, you know, show them? I mean, could the camera have come over and maybe shown them? Like, and if he tipped it, did he know that by tipping it like that, it was going to go? I don't know. I'm not 100% sold that it wasn't a little bit, to be honest. James said, just so people know, the SmackDown tape show is up on Netflix in the episodes list, just like tonight was. It'll probably be one of those that doesn't get unlocked, though, is it? I mean, tonight's was there, but it was like you couldn't click on it. So I'm guessing it's probably the same. So it's a good point, though, by James. Don't worry about the fact it says the next live episode is, you know, next week. This week's episode will still be there in Netflix. You've just got to, you know, click on it and find it. I would like to see Oba versus Keanu Carver. The day Oba makes his main roster debut, I am looking forward to, said Austin. An incoming hi everyone from Carmen Live, says Brony. I personally found what Cody Rhodes did was humble, said Jimzo. Strowman has got a part-time clause. He comes back when they need him. He currently has an Eat Everything on the Menu series, said Edwards. Yeah, I saw that. It's interesting. Haven't seen the show. I don't know if it's actually out yet, but yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? Okay, I've got Izzy and Tatum. You're starting to look like one of the family. Thank you, guys. Here's Ava. You will face Soul. Izzy has got an opportunity. Here's Hank and Tank. I haven't seen Hank and Tank in ages. I think they were backstage the other week, but... Okay, Nico getting fired up. Tatum. Tatum tells Hank and Tank to put the belts on the line. Okay. So, tag title match next week then. Looks like Nico and Sean, I'm thinking. Okay, here's Briggs coming out with Inamura. You're ahead by a smidge, said Edwards. Okay, but I can pause it momentarily. A smidge makes me think maybe not 10 seconds, so I'm going to press play now. I've got Inamura making his way out. I've got Jasper Try in the ring. I've not watched Night of Champions, said Jims, though, but I heard that Cena retained. He did, yes. Carmen Live 1. Carmen Live 1. Shout out to you. I always dreamed we would get a Carmen Live 1. I'm so used to Carmen Live 2. Right, Inamura and Inamura and Jasper Try. We've got about, what, 27 minutes. And we are underway. Bella's sounded. Big boot coming in there by Jasper Try. If Cody turns heel, who replaces him as the face, said Take? We spent quite a long time talking about that the other day, actually. Saying that I think it's a little difficult. We were talking about Punk. We were talking about Jay. Honestly, I think it leaves a gap. I really do. I know you've got Roman, but Roman is part-time. I know that you've got Jacob, but Jacob's not Cody level. So I think it's difficult. But there is some good stuff on for sure, says Brony. Right, shoulder up there by Inamura. We are straight out of the gates here with Jasper Try and Inamura. I'm thinking this is our main event. Jacob's not Cody level. He's bigger, says Brody. Jasper is Abyss reincarnated, said A. Jobson. Zippy, hello. Shout out to you. Right now, we have got Jasper round the back of Inamura. Is Carmen Live 2 banned? I didn't know Carmen Live 2 was banned. Right now, we've got Inamura. Cody is the greatest wrestler in the universe. He's bigger than Roman Reigns, said Dr. Luchalala. Inamura trying to come back, screaming out there at Jasper Try. Clothesline by Jasper. Inamura picking up Jasper, planting him down. And elbow drop there by Inamura. 1, 2. Kick out there by Jasper. Right now we've got Inamura throwing in a kick. Mayor Pete said, unlike most of the NXT men's roster, I can actually see Jasper Try on Raw or SmackDown. There's Obafemi backstage. He's watching on the action. I don't know, is this our main event? I mean, I'm guessing it is. Inamura going back against the ropes. Still to come is Jordan Grace, said Boomers. So what, closing with like a segment? They went off the reservation talking about sexual parts, but not in a funny way. Oh, really? Russell Knight said, did you know that Jasper's gear was influenced by Diesel, Strowman, and Bray? I can see the Bray. I don't know if I can see the Diesel. Against the ropes. Shoulder barge there by Inamura. Inamura waiting for Jasper to come over. Charges over. Whoa! He drove Jasper back there. Oh, gets caught. Picked up. Planted. I sort of feel like Inamura acts like he's like a sumo, but he doesn't really have the size of a sumo. The way that he like gets down and like, you know, ready to charge. I mean, over in Japan, he probably has a decent size compared to some of the Japanese wrestlers. But when he's in there with Jasper Try, come on, Jasper, says Inamura. Come on, Jasper. Let's go as we go to commercial break. Yeah, we've got to be getting to the end of this now. Jeez Louise. King Yeti, shout out to you, my friends. Firing in some memberships. Yeah, that I mean, says King Yeti. King Yeti, shout out to you, my friends. So appreciate the support, and we really are trying to make some changes and some tweaks to our members side, trying to find like more kind of content that I think is going to reach more people. If you are around tomorrow, we're going to be doing a stream tomorrow where you can join us, and we're going to be probably talking a little bit more about the members side. So it'll be a good stream to join on, honestly. And a lot of people would like that stream to start at 10. That's the message I had today. So might look to start tomorrow's stream 10 UK time, which would be 5 American time. To be honest with you, that would run for like an hour. So I'll be done by 11. We normally start our Evolve coverage now before. I might start the Evolve coverage 2 hours before, you know. If we're going to start doing like the Wednesday member stream at 10, which is 5 Eastern, and it goes for an hour, then I might just start the Evolve stream straight after, rather than sitting here for an hour. You know, I might as well stream. So, yeah, it's good to see, like, you know, some more members joining in. And yeah, if you're around, there's a member stream tomorrow. To get to it, to find it, you just have to go to the post. Well, I think there's a membership segment as well where it shows, but you can click on posts. And you can kind of join us over on that stream. So there's 3 streams a week, one on a Tuesday, one on a Wednesday, one on a Thursday. You get access to those. So, and obviously now your name is in green. You get access to the emojis. Yeah, you get to vote as well. I'm going to put up the thing later for the Hall of Fame. So we're going to do that. We're going to bring in a Wrestlers Hall of Fame as well. So actually, we're going to start putting wrestlers into a like Wrestling Daze Community Hall of Fame. So that's going to start in a couple of weeks. So obviously, we're putting in like community members, but we're going to start putting wrestlers in as well. So it's going to be lots of little bits and bobs that we're looking to introduce. Shakeem said, "Days more, read it, please." What's that mean, buds? What's more, read it? NXT, said Thomas. Yeah, I think we're at commercial break right now. Jasper Try has got this in the bag, said Joe. Hopefully, we're just going to have one more segment or so. If Seth gets someone from NXT to join the group, who do you think it'll get? Well, Ethan would feel like a pick, wouldn't he? Ethan would feel like a pick. I don't know. I mean, I look at someone like Grayson. I look at someone like Theory. To be honest, I mean, I'd be really looking to use someone from the main roster that needs help. Because I think you've got people that really need some creative direction. And I think, you know, them being in a group would obviously be of help. I mean, you could put someone like Tyler Bate in that group. I think that could be quite interesting. Or a Pete Dunne. But obviously, you know, like an Ethan Page or a Ricky Saints. I don't think it'll be Ricky. I think Ricky probably will have a run with the NXT Championship first. We're back. Okay, I'm going to skip forward 10 seconds. Okay, I've got Jasper Try splashing Inamura. Jasper Try going against the ropes. Another big splash there by Jasper. And right now we've got Jasper going against the ropes, looking for another splash. Going for the cover. 1, 2, and kick out there by Inamura. Daze, we've got this to a science, said Akeem. I know. We're in sync, said Rare Breeze. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's very exciting. I hope there's no more commercial breaks, but I fear there may be one more. But yeah, it's not ideal, is it? I wish we had come back to a proper NXT. To be honest with you, I think all this faffing around is going to impact my score. It's hard to kind of get invested in it when you're like watching stuff and then rewinding back because you're too far forward. And do you know what I mean? Like, it's probably not a fair one to score, to be honest. But we're still going to do it. We're still going to do an opinions video. Jasper and Inamura is what we're watching. He should have an international spy unit, said Akeem. Who says we haven't? You should just keep watching. You don't need to pause, said Akeem. Well, I know that the majority of people are watching in America, and I want to, you know, obviously be in sync. There's not really... I'd rather be behind than ahead, because even those that have, like, skipped forward and, you know, jumped forwards, they know the results and everything, but they can just jump back and just join us now, you know, and just, you know, hang in with the conversation, share their thoughts. But obviously, if I'm ahead and I'm ruining it for people, I mean, that's... So I think it's better to be behind than ahead. Inamura against the ropes. Boom! Planted! A boss man slam. Yes. Jasper Try with a boss man slam. Woof. Jasper Try just looks so comfortable, so in control at the moment. I mean, he doesn't even seem to be struggling. Going against the ropes and splash, but knees up there by Inamura. Maybe he's going to start struggling now. Inamura driving Jasper Try back. Chop coming in there by Inamura. He's unloading there on Jasper. Jasper over the other side into the corner. Such a weird match if you think about it. This is a dude that's come through LFG. Oh, look at that. That's great. Now that's impressive. He's picked up. Oh, my God. Wow. Power slam. Yeah, he held him there for a while. Look at that. That is serious strength. That is serious strength. Your opponent can only help you so much when it comes to stuff like that. The rest of it is just pure power. Inamura, mate. That's great when he's on the top rope. Boom! 1, 2, oh! What? Well, I don't know where people are, so I'm not saying anything. Someone has won. Someone has won. Wow. Days today on the WCW YouTube channel, TGDY ran a match that made me smile. It was Luger versus a young upstart called Mark Calloway. Oh, really? I don't think I've ever seen that match. Right, here is that's a shocker, said Draco. Inamura won clean, said A. Jobson. Shaquem said, your reaction, we already know who it is. I didn't. Javon! I didn't even know this show was flipping taped until we started this stream, so I ain't seen no... I ain't seen no results. I didn't even know there was any results to see. Right now, we got Javon with Jasper in the background. We had Inamura and Oba in the foreground. That is quite a shock. It's a good shock, though. Right, another flipping commercial break. Jesus Christ. Jeez Louise. I love Inamura. So glad he won, said Steve. I feel like Jasper's okay. I know he's got a great size and look, but he's just missing something. Well, I mean, experience, isn't he? Daze, Hammond, Indiana is going to have a 90-degree weather Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Does that sound horrible? 90-degree. Does that sound horrible? Don't know, actually. I mean, I like it to be around like 70s, 77, 80. That's comfortable. Hot, but, you know, that I'm comfortable. I don't want to go much more than that. So 90 sounds too hot, yeah. I don't know what it was in Egypt, actually, but it was around that, knocking on like 95, 100. It was hot. I remember when I got in Egypt, I was actually surprised that, like, you know, when it gets so hot, you can sort of struggle to breathe when you're outside. Like, it's just, oh my God. Like, I've been in situations like that where it's like, I don't know, the air feels thin and it's just so hot and you're like, oh God. Do you know what I mean? Like, in a desert, walking in a desert, I sort of feel like you'd be so drained, you'd be struggling for oxygen. It's not even so much just the sun that's on you, it's just, I don't know, you'd just be wearing you down. Everything would be so hard, it'd be so difficult, just walking and like in that heat, and like, you just think it would be hot and warm, but oh God, I've been in that weather where you're just like, you just can't function. Your body starts shutting down. You just can't function. So yeah, but I was so surprised when I was in Egypt. It wasn't like that. Like, you know, it was in the middle of the day, but only for a small period of time. All the way up to like midday, 12 o'clock, whatever. It was fine. You could walk around. It was comfortable. And then you had that period of like 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, and it was like that. But then, like, you know, 3 going into 4, 5, 6, it would start to settle down again. So it was only for a small period, to be honest, where it was like stifling. Rest of it was, yeah, not bad. Florida has got humidity. Is that the word I'm looking for? Humidity. Yeah, that could be that word. It might be the humidity that I'm referring to there, yeah. It was over 100 for a week in eastern US. Heat just doesn't get you. It is the humidity. Humidity is what F's me up, said Wrestling Russ. Yeah, I think you're probably right. I think it was humidity I was referring to. Daze, people think you're James Bond, but in reality you're Johnny. James, I know you're only joking, but I don't even think anyone thinks I'm James Bond. I get the joke, but like, I don't think anyone believes I'm James Bond. And if they do, well, that's on them, isn't it? Dude, I'd be thrilled if I was Johnny English. I'm flipping Johnny Foreigner. Austin said the humidity just makes the weather much worse. I hate it. Corey said it was 107 here. Really, dude? I don't even know if I can imagine 107. Who do we prefer between Fallon and JC? Probably JC. I find her promos to be really good, actually. I like her promos. Matches are fairly average. I don't know if there's much to separate them, but I like JC's promos a lot. Here we go. Okay, where are we? James said, I would have said Mr. Bean, but I love Mr. Bean. Right. We've just got a little rundown of what's coming up next week. We've only got 9 minutes left, so if we are in sync for this final segment, I think we're done. Vanity Project Gauntlet match next week. It was great seeing Paul Heyman manage back in the day, said Nathan. Wrestling Russ said, I was at 114 in California once in the desert. It was tolerable by the pool, no humidity, but you could not walk barefoot. Tom said, more like Mr. Tumble. Mr. Tumble. We're in sync, said Edwards. Okay, we're in sync, said Rare Breeds. Oh, yeah. Charlie Dempsey against Tavian Heights. If Tavian wins, he can leave the QCC. Well, that'll make for an interesting Wednesday. I haven't seen the past 2 Wednesdays. Happy Wednesday. Right, here comes Jordynne Grace for our final segment. She is going to be taking on the champion, JC Jane. Jordan fan forever sign. Jordynne Grace making her way to the ring. God, I saw a lot of people talk about this new music that she's got. And I don't know if you heard the crowd chanting last week. Fire, death, rare ball. Fire, death, rare ball. Fire, death, rare ball. Okay, here's Jordan. I want to be completely honest. Getting to this point is the hardest thing I've ever had to do. I thrive under pressure. The bigger the battle, the bigger the win. She said she's going to walk into Evolution, not just for WWE, but for women's wrestling. I'm going to make history. They need to show up and show out in that match, don't they? I've got to be some I'm terrified of being. Am I actually good enough to be here, says Jordan. Do I really belong in the WWE? I did everything I had to do in order to get here. That is true. I became someone they couldn't ignore. Okay. Okay. Interrupted. It was okay. Okay, here's Fatal Influence. Do you know, I was thinking I really like their music, Fatal Influence. I don't know if it's a Def Rebel number, but... Are you done with this pitiful sub story? JC getting in the ring. I'm aware you can bench press more than me. It won't be my championship that falls into your arms, and it won't be at Evolution. You can all keep crying about it whilst I keep winning. I don't mind Jace's delivery, honestly. I think her delivery is fine. I think it's good. The only thing with JC is that her look doesn't make her stand out at all, does it? She just looks like just a girl. You shocked the world when you won, but I won't surprise anyone when I win, said Jordan. Fallon goes down. Jasmine's like, well, I'm all right. Jasmine gets out the ring. JC and Fallon working together. Jasmine on the outside. Why is Jasmine not in there helping? Kick coming in there by... Ooh. Ooh. Blake Monroe has come down. God, those shoes are going to be really hard to... Wow, sling blade. A sling blade in them boots. Jesus. Now that's talent. To do anything in them boots is talent. Those boots look loose as well. So Blake Monroe comes down. Oh, Ava. Shh. Calm down. Okay, what's the announcement? What's going on? Yeah. Okay. Fallon and JC. Okay, so Fallon and JC against Jordan and Blake at Great American Bash. Tag match? That feels like an NXT match. That feels like a TV match. I think I would have been more into Blake Monroe versus Fallon as a singles, like Blake's debut. I don't know, why are they upset? Why are people upset? What's going on? Yeah. I mean, I don't think it's a great surprise that Blake Monroe's been added to that card. But I don't know, in a tag match. Yeah. I don't even know if I've got a flipping poll for that Inamura match. Let's get a poll up, shall we? I gotta say, JC has been doing some of the best work, the attitude, the pizzazz, the look. I'm here for her being in that main event and standing tall, said Hannah. Listen, I think she's got a good delivery on her promos. I think, you know, you hear a lot of promos that are quite flat, whereas JC comes out. She's got a bit of sass, a bit of attitudes. You know, she kind of mixes up her delivery a little bit. You know, she can kind of be meh, 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 and then like gloating. She's got the facial expressions with it. Like there's a lot that she kind of delivers. Like she really performs her promos, and I'm into that. I do look at her attire and just wonder, like, I don't know, she's the champ now. Like, should she have something that makes her really stand out? Like, she just looks exactly the same as when she wasn't the champ. She looks like physically what she's wearing just looks a little thrown together. I don't know. Should she... I don't know what she could do to make herself look like the champ. I don't know, like, how she could stand out a little bit more. I mean, she was just in, like, casual wear there. Don't know. Does she need to wear a bit like of a... could she wear a suit or something instead? If she was like coming out like in a bit of a dress suit type situation, and the other girls were smart casual, maybe that would make her stand out a bit more. I don't know. It's a tricky one. Honestly. I don't think it's a big deal. It's not a problem, but you know, people's look is obviously important, and I don't know. Like she just. There's not really much on the looks front, is there, when it comes to like what she's wearing. I'd say that if this is your opportunity, being the women's champion, you know, if I was JC, I'd be like, okay, Sean, can I do this? Can I do that? Can we tweak this? Can we change that? Like, I could wear this. I could do that. Like, I'd be really, you know, this is my chance. This is my time. They've given me the ball. Like, it doesn't matter even if she's just holding it for a short time. It doesn't matter if she's just like a transitional champion. Some people think they only gave her the belt to get it from Stephanie and get it onto Jordan, or get it from Stephanie onto Blake Monroe or whatever, right? And she's actually not going to be champ very long. But, you know, even these weeks, like, still just like, I could do this, I could do that. Like, you know, try loads of stuff. Just see, like, you know, I don't know. I just don't see... I don't see much experimentation there. I think that, you know, the big things that she needs to worry about is that when she has that match at Evolution, that thing has got to deliver. You know, she is on not just a show like Raw or SmackDown. That would be big in its own right. But this is actually a premium live event that WWE are going to be promoting. That's going to be, you know, a big deal. The second Evolution all women's pay-per-view. And so that match is really important, because you don't want loads of excitement and then it dips down and the NXT women's match was a snooze fest. I mean, that's going to reflect badly on the women if that happens. So, you know, her priority needs to be making sure that match delivers. Her priority needs to be making sure that when she gets time to deliver promos, she's really giving her all. And that's why I thought, I think her promos are good. I can't judge her match quality yet because, you know, I've not seen her. I don't think has she had a match as champion? She might have faced like that Lainey Reed. But I don't know if she's had any other matches as champion. Not really much to judge by. So yeah, a lot of pressure on that women's match at Evolution for the NXT tag title. But I just think in regards to her look, I don't know what she could do there, but I think there's definitely, I feel like there's more that we could do something with than kind of what she's wearing at the moment. But it's not a biggie. I just think this is a big opportunity for her. I just think, like, they could have gone with anyone taking that belt off Stephanie, but they chose her. You know, they could have chose Fallon. They could have chose Jada Parker. They could have chose Lola Vice. They could have chose, like, anyone to have carried this back. They chose JC, which says to me that they see something in Fatal Influence, and it says to me they see something in JC as well. So even if this is for like a short period of time, like, oh, you got to kill it, man. You got to kill it. Sink or swim. This is your time to shine. Don't think that another opportunity is coming along at this women's championship, because there's no guarantee that another opportunity is going to come along. So you got to maximize it. People are saying Inamura. The family storyline was definitely the low point in the show, said A. Jobson. I want Mariah to win it next, said AJ. Well, she could. I mean, I think she'll be in the running. I think they'll get that belt onto her very quickly. Obviously, we are done with the show. Yeah, this is for the Jasper Try Inamura match. Jasper Try Inamura match. It's the only one I didn't get a poll up for. WWE had no other options than Blake freaking Monroe. I don't know. I'll never get used to that name. When I look at Mariah, it's just a terrible name, said Wrestle Rants. Daze, can you unban Carmen Live too? Says Carmen Live 1. Honestly, buds, I don't know that I can. When people get banned, I don't have visibility on everyone. I can have a look and see if Carmen Live 2 is there. But I would not be shocked if it was not. I'm tempted, honestly. I'm really tempted to actually, during maybe a member stream or something, I probably wouldn't do it. I don't know. I might even be tempted to do it on a stream like this, but actually like show you the names that are in the list so that you can see for yourselves that I'm not lying, that not every person that gets banned shows up on the list that I have. I don't know why. I don't know if it's a YouTube glitch. I don't know if it's to do with... I don't know. I mean, all I know is I probably have banned, I don't know, 10 people in my life. And of those 10, I'd say 5 of them are probably bots. Actually, if I include bots, it might be more. If I include, like, on UFC streams where it's like UFC watch along, click here, you know, I'll just shoot them down. I'll just ban those because, you know, that's just spam. But actually, like, people that, I mean, it's a super, super low number. Super low. And I've got, like, I'd probably say about 70 names on a list behind the scenes. And that is not, I have not done those. So that says to me that if the mods do it, the names go on that list. But not every name goes on that list. So I can have a look, but this is a problem where I don't have access to every name that gets banned and blocked. And I don't know why. I honestly don't know why. Days, WWE are reportedly interested in bringing back Jericho and bringing in Danhausen and Private Party. Really? I don't mind Jericho coming back because for all his AEW stuff, undeniable legend, right? If you think about what he did in WWE, I think that door's always open, honestly. I don't know what we would do with him in WWE. I don't know how we would use him. I don't know if he'd be on like a Legends deal or if he'd just have a retirement match. I mean, a little run and a retirement match. I certainly have seen enough to know that his kind of in-ring days are done, yeah? So, I don't know. Him coming back, I sort of feel like, yeah. Well, he's such a big name that I'm not really down on that. Danhausen, I don't know. I really don't know. Danhausen is a strange one, isn't it? Because that is just, I suppose, I wonder if the successor, Mr. Iguana, has kind of had them look at Danhausen and go, ooh, we could do something here. I wonder if, like, there's any connection there. And Private Party, I don't know enough about them, honestly. They might be great. I remember there was a lot of hype around them, but nothing really kicked on with them. Hey, they'd be a great addition to the NXT tag division, though. I do know that. They, you know, if you look at that NXT tag division, like, bringing in someone like Private Party might not be a bad shout. So, I don't know. I can understand why people would be down on that. I mean, Jericho, I think he's run his reputation into the ground. I mean, I get that, like, there's not much hyper excitement around Jericho in 2025, but if you kind of close the door to the AEW stuff and just go, okay, that was that, and actually we're going to bring back the list and Jericho And we're going to bring that guy back. No Judas, right? Or anything like that. No, thank you. We're not after Judas. We don't need Learning Tree. Don't need any of that, right? But we're going to bring back the legend, the WWE legend, Jericho, Chris Jericho. I wonder if you could do something there. I don't know. Mr. Iguana rocks, said Taker. Everyone loves Danhausen, said Akeem. Carmen Live said, I went to the American Legion post 100 in June to see ARW Pro. Well, I hope you had a good time. It was from Body Slam Net. It is Corey New Outlet with others. Corey, who's Corey? Is that the guy that used to work? The guy that worked for Fightful, Corey? We don't need Jericho when we got Tongaloa, said Austin. Sirius talks about Danhausen and Private Party are in talks, said Edwards. Aren't Private Party just like a Temu Street Profit, said Mayor Pete. I don't know. I mean, I remember when they came in, they had a bit of hype around them, but I mean, I haven't watched AEW since January of 2024, so I have absolutely no idea as to where they are, what they've been up to. In fact, actually, when it comes to Jericho and Private Party and Danhausen and all of that, I'm probably in a great position to, be a bit more welcoming because whatever they've been up to and whatever, they've done that might have soured people against them, I ain't seen it. So I'm probably in a good spot to be a bit more welcoming than the average bear. But I don't know. We'll see. I'm sure WWE will do whatever they feel is best for them. Rikishi is just ridiculous with his takes. I know deep down he loves being extra. Shake my head. He's speaking from a father point of view, said Wrestle Rants. Private Party just haven't done anything since losing the tag titles to the Hurt Syndicate, said Austin. It's no slight on them, said Mayor Pete. They are actually solid in ring, but they do need a bit of a gimmick change. Jim said Jericho's Learning Tree was a dud. No, Corey Hayes, you use their tweet all the time. Okay. I don't know why that name is not ringing a bell, actually. Corey, I don't know. I don't know who they work for, but, Body Slam now, but I don't know who they worked for before. Jericho's retirement list. Hey, that could be fun. Ben said Danhausen should go to the Indies. The guy is not it. I don't really have an opinion on Danhausen, to be honest. I know that he was quite popular. I know he's a comedy character. I think there is a place for wrestling for that. I mean, I used to love Santino. So there's definitely a place for comedy. People can argue if it's the right kind of comedy or not. I don't know that I ever saw him do anything really offensive, though. I know he has his whole spell thing, threatens to put spells on people. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't witnessed anything that's meant that I'm not into Danhausen. I think I don't have an opinion. Honestly, I have opinions on everything, but I really don't have an opinion on Danhausen. Perhaps I just never saw enough of him, so I'd be open to it, but maybe he'd come in and I wouldn't like it. I don't know. I'm actually shocked I don't have an opinion, but I don't. Danhausen is CM Punk's crony, said Akeem. Jericho's retirement run would probably be more exciting than Cena's, said Dr. Luchalala. Jericho Appreciation Society wasn't great either. He started off well in AEW, but just hit with his last few iterations. James loves that Danhausen. Can someone please put a bolo out for Riz? Where is the Riz? I don't know. Where is the Riz? It's a good question. Austin said, I never got into Danhausen. Danhausen's just there, and it doesn't help he was injured. He wasn't really used in AEW. That's probably why I don't have an opinion. I don't blame you. We haven't seen AEW. It's an asylum over there, said Ben. Well, yeah, but not only that, I think people are right. I don't think he was really used much. So, I don't know. I wish I could like provide something, but because I feel I should, but I just haven't really seen him. I haven't really got an opinion, so we'll have to see if he comes in. I know he's more of a comedy character, so that's okay. I love Santino. I love the Bushwhackers. Do you know what I mean? Bushwhackers won't have been for everyone, but they would, march their way down and lick kids on the face, and I mean, they wouldn't do that now. Well, one of them's dead, so definitely not. But I enjoy that. I enjoy, as I said, Santino. I enjoy Billy Kay. I enjoy Chelsea Green. I enjoy those kind of comedy characters. I would file him in that sort of bracket, but comedy's obviously very diverse. His style of comedy might not be something that appeals to everyone. Last few weeks of AEW have been great, says James. Danhausen would be great as an assistant to Ava, said Daniel. I wish the Iconics and Chelsea were a trio. Oh, they would work so well together. WWE does not want new comedy. Carlito gone and Truth is now Ron Killing, said Taker 1990. Well, actually, you make a good point in that I don't know if Triple H knows quite. Where is the comedy, actually? Where is the humour stuff? I mean, I don't know. I think Triple H does struggle with that, which is weird because he was in DX, who were a fantastically funny group, and provided loads of comedy. So I suppose you've got a few little moments maybe in Judgment Day. Yeah, I don't know. Chelsea Green, definitely. So... yeah, Danhausen, I would agree with you, actually. Danhausen doesn't strike me as a Triple H sort of guy. Doesn't strike me as someone Triple H would be interested in. That's, I suppose, part of the reason why my brain automatically went, I wonder if that's as a result of Mr. Iguana and the kind of viral success that he has driven. I wonder if they're now looking and thinking, right, can we get like a Mr. Iguana type? And maybe that's led them to think of Danhausen or something. I'm not sure. Oh, you lot weren't crazy about that main event match either. You've given it good 93. In ring, I think, really let the show down. To be honest, I'm going to do a review and an opinions video because we always do that for NXT. So I'm going to do that. But I honestly... think this is going to be one that I'm going to be a little quick with because I don't really feel like I can score this show fairly because it was there. I don't really feel like I feel like this was quite skippable, this episode. And part of that might be because of the fact that it was so disrupted for me. I'm watching it and I'm having to skip forward and rewind back and get in sync and pause, and it's just not a normal episode, is it? So, a bit of a shame this is the one that we've come back to, especially as, I'd enjoyed the previous couple of episodes. And actually, the in-ring 2 weeks ago, when it was the women trying to qualify for that Fatal 4-Way, really good. Really enjoyed those matches. But I don't think anything here reached that level. And I thought Jasper Inamura had some moments. Probably the most shocking moment is Inamura getting the win. He'll now go on to face Obafemi. That's probably the most shocking moment here. Some nice little moments, but yeah, this, I think, was a show that if you missed it, don't worry about it. I don't think you've missed much at all, to be honest. So, yeah. Okay, I'm going to go and start working on... the opinion video. I'm going to have a glance at Unseen and see where we are with that. Maybe that will be possible tonight, but don't hold me to anything. But yes, to any of the members and certainly the new members, we do have obviously another stream tomorrow. I'm going to get that set up so that people know. It would be great to have people around for that. So I think we're going to get stuck into a few conversations again. and get some clarity to kind of what streams are gonna look like moving forwards. We kind of started that conversation today, but it'd be good to get it wrapped up tomorrow, and then we're up and running as of next week. And of course, keep an eye out if you are a member for the Hall of Fame nominations post as well. I'm going to get that sorted as well. Right, couple of super chats I need to get to just before I do run away. King Yeti said, damn Americans with those damn commercials. And Kendall said, did you notice your reaction clip at the start of Raw yesterday? Kendall, I did actually touch on this in the opinion video, but I suppose it is worth mentioning here, seeing as you've brought it up. So, Kendall, shout out to you. I did actually. It was in the corner of my eye, honesty. So, I suppose it is just worth mentioning on a public stream. I have mentioned it on a member stream, but I sort of, when it comes to those things, I'm very aware that it's a nice thing, and obviously I really appreciate them doing it. But I don't know. I don't put the reaction clips out for that. Like, the reason why I put them out is because it's a great way to advertise the streams. It's a great way for people that don't join us to sort of get a glimpse as to what we talk about, and the kind of how we like react to moments and whatever. It just gives them a glimpse of like, oh, I might check that stream out. I might check that out. In a way, it's just a little advert for the stream, really. That's how I view it. And if WWE ever take one of those clips, they never ask. They never get in touch. They never say, oh, just so you know, heads up. Never, ever, never know it's happening. So if ever it happens, it's as much a surprise to me as it is to anyone else, right? So, of course, lovely, and it is appreciated. You don't want to hear me swooning about it. I don't want to be swooning about it. It happens, and, lovely, and we just, move on, right? So that's honestly my honest feeling on it, is that I'm not a mark for myself. It's lovely that they do it, but we don't need to talk about it. We don't need to draw attention to it. Like, I really appreciate them doing it, but that's it, right? The only reason I'm talking about it now is because it's actually really interesting what they did, because I was, I think, reading the chat and I saw it in the corner of my eye. So obviously I had the headphones on. I could hear that they'd used a clip of me, and I saw it in the corner of my eye, and I was like, oh, well, okay, cool. And then I just carried on, right? It wasn't until I did the opinions video, someone showed me footage of it, like a still shot of it, and it was a still shot of this layout, which means they did not use my reaction clip that I put out. They did not go to my TikTok account. They didn't go to my Twitter account. They didn't get the footage from that. They actually clicked on the stream. They had to click on the stream, go to the specific part they wanted, screen record. Like, I don't put these out. This, like where you can see the chat and you can see the video and you can see the, this stuff and all of this. I don't record these and put them out. So for WWE to play a reaction clip from that had all of this on it meant they had to click on the actual stream, find the bit they wanted, record. They had to do all this work themselves. I am honestly, I'm more surprised that they went to an actual stream and did all that work, right? Because it would just be, why didn't they just take like a reaction like off TikTok? I mean, there's people out there that just spam reactions. Like, I can find reactions to any second of any show from someone, right? So I honestly, I'm more shocked that they did that than I am that they actually included it on the show. I'm more surprised that they actually went to a stream. And then that was sort of making me think, like, I don't know. All of a sudden, then I was like, man, you just don't know who's watching, do you? You just don't know who's watching. I mean, right now, NXT was pre-recorded. I mean, could there be some NXT talent that's just jumped into this stream? Could it be that someone has jumped in just to see what... Because think about it. If you was an NXT talent, right? If you were someone that was in NXT and, you know, you've just signed with WWE, you might not even have been on TV yet, right? You might not even have made it onto TV. You might just be someone that is still putting it together, maybe about to go on Evolve, or there's word you might get onto next season of LFG. You're doing your tape study and you really want to make this work. Is it the worst idea to jump onto a live stream where you can actually see wrestling fans reacting and talking about the show live, sharing what they like, what they don't like, what they think wrestlers need to work on, what they do really well, how engaging the matches are, how they have scored the matches, and it all live in the moment? Like, would it be the worst idea in the world if, like, someone from NXT, people from NXT did that? I mean, I don't think it would be. I'm not saying that we can provide answers, but what we can provide is very honest feedback live as the show airs. I mean, in this day and age, there's no mystery about what people think about you, is there? You know, if you're a wrestler, back in the 90s, you really had to rely on the live crowds, or maybe, you know, if you bumped into people, you had to rely on, like, conversations you had, or you had to rely on your gut or what backstage was telling you. Now, with social media, type your name into Twitter, you can have every opinion under the sun, can't you? You can find out exactly what people think about you. So I don't think if you are someone that's just starting out, I mean, look, if you're Trick Williams, do you know what I mean? You've probably got it sorted. You've probably got it worked out. But if you're someone that's just starting out, I think jumping on a stream like this is not every week, but it's probably not the worst idea to jump on just once, just get a feel, just sort of, you know, it's certainly if you're like a next in line talent that's not from this world, and this world's a bit alien to you, and you want to understand it, you want to understand what the fans are looking for, what the fans are talking about. I think this is a very good place to kind of get a feel for that. Because I don't feel any hatred or any... I got nothing but respect for the wrestlers. I don't feel anything negative towards the wrestlers. I don't, I'd love for all the wrestlers to succeed. And as I said, for me personally, I get a real enjoyment from thinking about, what could they benefit from tweaking? What could they benefit from changing? What do they do really well? Just like we said with JC. Love JC's promos, think her delivery is great. I would just question about her look. I don't know if she is really standing out as a champion. You know, could she turn that up more? You know, at the moment, she's at a 6 out of 10 with her look, I would say. Can we get that to a 9? Like, you know, this is your chance to go, I'm here, I'm champion, I'm the girl everyone's chasing. So I would say that's definitely something that's worth looking at. Like, is it right that she just looks the same as Fallon and Jasmine? Or should she stand out in that group and, you know, kind of look a little different, like she's the champ? I think the latter, personally. But I think those kind of conversations are really interesting. And obviously all the points that you guys are making, the conversations you're having in the chat as well, are really interesting. So, yeah, I think, honestly, that was quite mind-blowing to see that not only that they'd used it, obviously really grateful for that, but more the clip they had used. That means they had to go in the stream. They had to. That is not shared anywhere else. They had to go in the stream, and then they had to go to the effort of recording it themselves. And then I don't even know what was said in the chat at the time. I mean, if they wanted my reaction, whatever you lot were saying at the time, I believe was shown on screen as well. I mean, did you go and see if your names were mentioned on that bit as well? Because from my understanding, it was taken from the stream. So it had like all this kind of graphics and this down here, and yeah, I'm shocked they didn't just take like a TikTok thing. But perhaps the reaction they wanted, I don't even know what the clip was. Honestly, I've not watched it. perhaps I didn't share a reaction clip to that. I only put 1 or 2 up from each stream, to be honest. I don't flood. I only put up like a couple of... It's just adverts for the streams, honestly. It's just a way of people that don't join us just getting a glimpse of what we do, and maybe they'd be interested in joining us. So, but yeah, to answer your question, Kendall, there we go. That was that was my thoughts on it, and honestly, there was something about that I actually found really surprising. Well, if they got my comment, then Raw is no longer PG. That's true, actually. That's true. God only knows what they flipping flashed up on screen. My God, if William was speaking, oh my God, we might add the word dong or anything flipping flashing up on the screen. Ben said, you're not missing anything in AEW. It's a little bit bland, but All In is like 2 weeks away. Miss Dell Jr. said, if Ilya gets back from injury, what match would you like for him to return? Oh, I mean, him and Gunther is obviously the match that I will always want to see. I think anyone that's really, giving their all in ring, I mean, I'm definitely down for Ilya Sammy, but that would probably have to be like a King of the Ring type match because they're both faces. So, yeah, anyone that is someone that, they always give 10 out of 10, 11 out of 10. That is where Ilya shines because his matches with Gunther always gives 10 out of 10. Their matches are just classics. They're just modern classics. If you want to talk about like matches that are real modern classics, you can talk about, Cody in that Hell in a Cell match with his torn bicep. You can talk about WrestleMania 40, and there's matches that obviously come to mind from recent years in WWE. But honestly, if we was to like dig a little deeper than that, I really would be looking at Ilya Gunther. The thing with that first match they had in NXT UK, which, I mean, honestly, I don't even know when that was now. I mean, you're probably easily going back 5 years. But that first one, it just had that real special, when not everyone has watched that show and they're like talking about it. And it's like people are like, they'll do a podcast or something where they talk about Raw. And then at the end, they'll be like, and we've got to talk about this match that happened in NXT UK. Like, it's so good that people that don't even watch the show are talking about it. And it's got like this real word of mouth type feel to it. That was Ilya versus Gunther in NXT UK. Was people like, you need to watch it. And I think that it was obviously special. So special, they obviously revisited it a few times. And, every time they faced it, it was just amazing. So Gunther, obviously, I mean, that's the first name that comes to mind. But I think Tommaso, Ilya and Tommaso, a heel Tommaso against Ilya, incredible. You think about anyone that's going to get Sheamus. Sheamus and Ilya would put on an absolute banger. For me, it's anyone that's going to give 10 out of 10, 11 out of 10 that's really committed in ring. I think Ilya shines in those moments. Where were you during the Raw stream? Where was I during the Raw stream? Oh, I was in Egypt, but I was in Egypt. Went over to Egypt. My dad retired, and I say retired, he's sort of popped back for a few days, but he has retired. He's no longer working full time, but he has popped back just to help out for a few days. But yeah, my dad, was like, he loves holidays, and he was going on holiday. I mean, the first thing he wanted to do when he retired is, right, I'm going on holiday. But on this one, he didn't want to just go like with my mom. He wanted to take the family, so it was real last minute. Late booking, thrown together, completely like unplanned type situation. The thing with my dad, right, is he used to work in hotels. Still, well, he's working there now. But he was like a general manager for a chain of hotels. So he would like go into the hotel, work with the manager, look at the numbers, do what was ever needed, and then go to the next hotel, blah, 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 right? They had about 3 or 4. It wasn't big. It was like a family that owned them, and he would go around the hotels and look after them, right? And that was his job. And they got down, basically they sold hotels over the years, and they got down to the last one, the last hotel. And the family were ready to just call it quits and they were ready to sell. And for the last 2 years, they've been trying to sell this hotel and they could not sell it. Like, they kept dropping the price. People would be interested. They'd go to a certain stage and then they'd drop out, and then you have to start the process all over again. And it is so hard to sell a hotel, right? He just really struggled. So we never quite knew when he was going to retire, because he didn't want to quit or finish until the hotel had sold. He didn't want to just walk away, because that family had been so good to him that he didn't want to just walk away. So he was committed to stay in until the hotel sold. And honestly, it took about 2 years to sell the hotel. And he was ready to call it quits at any point. And he was honestly getting fed up towards the end. Like, he wasn't going to walk out or anything, but he was like, I am so beyond ready to retire. And so as soon as the hotel sold about a couple of months ago, that was it. He was done. He was out. And he was like, I'm going on holiday and I'd like to take the family as well. Like, my immediate reaction was, well, I've got streams. That was my immediate reaction. So we found a little window. We're in between Night of Champions and Money in the Bank. We just found this little window where it's like, okay, it's going to be disruptive, but workable. And obviously, made sure there was Wi-Fi, made sure I could still do Raw and SmackDown. Obviously, we didn't do NXT, but we didn't miss out on any PLEs or anything. And so, tried to kind of minimize the disruption as much as possible. But, that was kind of what went down. That was the situation. It was nice. It was good. But it was nice to spend some time with him as well, of course. But it is lovely to be back. And really looking forward as we build towards next weekend. I don't know what this weekend's looking like. I've not looked yet to see what we're doing this weekend. There's no wrestling. I would love it. I would love it if we beat them. I would love it if WWE Vault put up a watch along for Sunday. That would be good. That'd be very good. So I'd be definitely down for that if they do that. So yes, we're back. We're obviously just trying to find a way of getting Unseen started. That is proving to be a little bit challenging for various different reasons, but it'll be back soon. Daze, would you go on a trip again? If you did, what city? Would it be US? Said Mr. Dell Jr. I'm not really looking to go on trips, to be honest, because I think they're so disruptive to the channel that I'm really looking for. To be honest, I'm not a traveler. I don't really have like a list of places I would want to go to. I think if my dad was to say to me, look, I want to go on one more holiday with the family or something like this next year or something like that, and it was like, after that you can do what you want, but I just want one more, whatever. I think I would probably be looking for it to be America, yeah. I mean, the thing is, and it's probably wrong of me to think this way, but my brain can't help but automatically go, right, what can I do for the channel? That's kind of how my mind works. What can I do for the channel? And, maybe I would say to my dad or something like WWE Worlds, maybe I could go there, do some footage, and then go back to I think what I would do if I was to do that is I would want to do WWE Worlds, go back to a villa of some kind where I can make noise. I don't want people close by. I mean, that was the downside with Egypt, was, I'm having to like talk like this and I can't make noise and I can't get too enthusiastic because neighbours are quite close. Thankfully, the Wi-Fi was pretty good, in all fairness, all things considered. The Wi-Fi was not bad at all. But I'd want to go back and maybe do, WrestleMania. I don't know, it's hard, isn't it? WrestleMania is so big. It's such a massive commitment that even like going to WWE Worlds it'd be good footage though. I think it'd be really good footage for the channel to do WWE Worlds. So, something like that. Yeah, I think I'd want to be able to do a toy hunt I think I do too much when I go to Florida, honestly. I went to Florida and I just recorded so much footage, and I ain't done nothing with it because it actually becomes overwhelming, which is not a really good thing to admit. I don't like admitting that, but I am going to admit it, that it is overwhelming. You've just got all this footage, and it's like, I could do 5 toy hunts with this footage, but I've ended up not doing any. Because it's like, you sit down, it's like, where do I start? Do you know what I mean? Like, where do I start? I mean, I've got all this footage. It's like, how do I tell a compelling story and all that stuff? And it's like, I think it'd just be better if I just went to one shop, filmed, and got a flipping toy hunt out. So I think if I was to go anywhere, it would be America. It would be channel focused. I would want to do a toy hunt. I would want to get... any sort of wrestling footage or anything for the channel, and I'd want to make sure we could still do Raw, SmackDown, and any PLEs. I think NXT might have to suffer, and obviously Evolve would suffer, but there's no plans for anything. There's no plans to go anywhere, so you don't need to worry about any more disruption, apart from Friday when I am going to Oasis. Right, I think we are done. Daze, if you do go to Florida, will you go to Cracker Barrel, says Carmen. I don't know. I mean, I may do. I've got nothing against Cracker Barrel. I've never been. I could go. To be honest, whenever we've gone out, I mean, I did go Golden Corral. I went to Golden Corral, and where did I go? I went to a seafood place. It had this little robot that showed you to your bench. I mean, I've got all this footage. It's so annoying. I need to sit myself down and have a word. I went to this seafood place. Lovely, but very messy. Where else did I go? I went to Dickie's. Yeah, had a great time at Dickie's. Yeah. They do like burgers and like beer burgers, onion rings, and all that kind of stuff. It's pretty simple stuff. It's not like an elaborate menu, hot dogs and whatever, but it was great. Really good. Obviously went to flipping Outback Steakhouse. I love their steaks. Genuinely, I will hold their steaks up as being up there with some of the best I've ever had. People think I'm crazy. Tommy Toy Travels thinks I'm crazy for this. He can't get his head around it, because I think in America they've got this reputation for being a chain, and they're all right, but there's better. But I don't know. Every time I've gone, I've just been so impressed. Like, the meat has been beautiful, perfectly cooked, lovely size to the steak as well. I mean, to be honest, I think the truth is that if ever I go for a steak, it's normally in a pub. They don't specialise in them, you know? I mean, if you go to a specialist steak place around in England, it's expensive. It's seriously expensive. Like, Miller and Carter is like an expensive steak place, and it's expensive. I mean, I don't even know the price. I'd say like £30, £40, £50, you know, $40, $50. I mean, it's expensive. So, I mean, we don't go. So, I'm probably comparing a steak place in America, even if it is a chain, to like just, you know, something that they do in the pub over here. I'm probably not comparing like for like. But I'd rate them. I think they're really good. I really rate them. So I would definitely go there. There's a place in Florida that I love. It's called Manny's. And I flipping love Manny's. It might be my favourite restaurant. They do steaks. And I love that restaurant. It's like, if I could have one last meal, it would be at Manny's. Because what I love about them is they've got like, you go in and they've got all these license plates around the wall, and they've got like an upside down car and on the ceiling, and it's very welcome. Come and sit down. Come to a booth. You know, you sit down. The seats are comfortable, and they bring out like hot bread and butter. So like you're having bread and butter, but it's hot. They bring out like salad for you to just have whilst you're ordering, and the salad is like crispy and beautiful, and it's just flavoursome, and it's just lovely, right? So the salad's great, the bread's great, the beer's cold, and it's, you know, got some life to it. It's not flat or anything. I mean, it's just, do you know what I mean? Before you've even ordered your meal, you're satisfied, you're happy, you're in a good place, man. You're just, and certainly if you've been out all day in the sun in Florida, like, you can't put a price on this. Like, honestly, it's great. And then when you actually order and they bring like the steak's so well cooked, lovely size, really well cooked. Oh, so good. I love that place. It's a chain as well. They've got some all over Florida, but the one we went to was in Haines City, and it was brilliant. I think I might have spoke to Mitchell about it, because Mitchell, who's in our community, lives in Florida, and he says like, "Oh yeah, Manny's is great." I think it was Mitchell. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but yeah, I'd go to like a Cracker Barrel. Yeah, I wouldn't mind trying a Cracker Barrel. I can't say it's like high on my list. But yeah, we went to Outback Steakhouse, went to Manny's, went to a seafood restaurant, done Denny's. I like Denny's. I went to Denny's. Went to Denny's when we landed. So we landed in Florida, and it was late at night. And I remember saying to my parents, like, let's just go to the garage and just get some drinks from the fridges, some snacks or whatever, because normally you can find something in a garage. Yeah, they've normally got some like hot food area, or there's something. I was like, let's just grab that, get back to the villa, we'll have proper breakfast when we wake up in the morning, because I think it was like 11:30, midnight, something like this. And I'm like, yeah, you're not going to find anywhere now. And my dad was like, nah, you'll find something, there'll be something. I was like, okay, well, okay. But don't blame me if we go back to the garage. And literally, like about 3 doors down was Denny's, and it was open. So we went in there, and I think we'd done a Denny's before, so you sort of know what to expect. It's, you know, omelettes, eggs, all that sort of stuff. But you sort of, honestly, I mean, you sit down, and I think every time I go to these places, it's when I'm at my hungriest, or I've just been traveling, or the alternative was just something from the garage shop, right? So sitting down in Denny's and going, oh, I'm actually going to get a proper warm meal, and I've been traveling and I'm like really hungry. It's like, okay, you know, you're in good spirits. I mean, if you go to a Denny's, you might just be like, Denny's, you know, but you got to remember, I'm in a certain headspace. I mean, I was only a few seconds from having a flipping Red Bull and maybe a blooming pretzel, right? So I've got into this Denny's, and I'm sat down in the booth, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to have a proper meal right now. I was over the moon. And then, of course, like, you know, everything, you're just grateful. Like, the food was just great. It was fine. I mean, it was great. I can't really be down on it. I know you can get better quality, and I know you can get better meals, but in that moment, I was like, this is so much better than what I thought I was going to be having right now. And the service was lovely. The woman was lovely that served us. And yeah, I flipping love Florida. Honestly, I flipping love it. I keep going, and like, I sort of feel like on my deathbed, will I regret the fact that I just kept going to the same place? But well, I don't know. If you love it, who cares? I really do love Florida. I mean, you've got so much there that you can do. There's so many places to toy hunt. There's loads of toy shops that I found on my last visit. You've got all the parks, loads of restaurants. The weather's great. It ticks every box for me. There's not really any boxes that aren't getting ticked. Apart from the fact that everyone's got guns, and I don't love that. apart from that, you know. And don't forget, over here in England, you know, we're all just running around with toothpicks. But, yeah, it's like, I love it. Flipping love it. Austin said, Wingstop's a good place for hot wings. A. Jobson said, when I first moved there, I thought it was a drink. People who eat steaks with their meat mostly red are disgusting, said Austin. Mayor Pete said it's old people and guns. Yeah. My two favourite things. Yeah, no, it's great. And, you know, even that, I mean, you can go to a shooting range, can't you? I mean, I've seen them where you can go and fire guns. And it's like, you can't do that in the UK. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure you can, but I have never seen one. I've never seen a firing range. I've never seen, I'm sure there is. I've never looked for one, but in Florida, they're just there. Gift shop, firing range. Like, you can just go in, pay money, and they'll be like, oh yeah, here's an AK-47. Have fun. And you're just like that. Just kind of going off with a Glock. I don't know if I'd do that, honestly. I'm not really interested. Not really bothered. But, you know, if I wanted to, I could go and, you know, firearms. To be honest, I think I'd just like to pose with a gun. I think I'd love that picture. You know, like when there's like some sort of flipping mass shooting and then there's a picture of the shooter and he's there posing with a gun before it all happened. Not that I would go on to do a mass shooting, but I don't know. It's one thing to go into a shooting range and like fire a gun at a target. I think I'd be more excited if I could pose with an AK-47 and have my picture taken. Imagine that, me like, with an AK. I'd be more into that, but they probably won't let me do that. Or maybe they would if it wasn't loaded. If it wasn't loaded and it was no threat to anyone, maybe they would let me have a picture with, I don't know. I would pose with your gun, said Austin. Oh, Austin, you've ruined it now. Outback Steakhouse made hockey puck steaks here in America. Make hockey puck steaks. Not fan boomers. I mean, all I can tell you is that mine were incredible. Like, I've been 3 times now, and every time, 3 different places in Florida as well. And every time I'm just like, this is it, man. This is it. This is, like, the best steak I've ever had. They have this, like, cinnamon sort of, there's, like, a dollop of cinnamon summit that they put on top as well. I don't know what it is. It's like a cinnamon butter or something that they put on top. Like, the steaks are quite thick, really well cooked, juicy. The cinnamon stuff is, oh my God, mate, honestly. I'm just not finding that in the UK unless I spend serious money. James said, Daze, watch people now send you AI pictures of you holding a gun. Yeah, that's probably don't need those pictures, do I? I don't know, I can really do anything with them. But, I don't know, like, if I was to go and fire a gun at a target, I mean, it might be fun, I don't know. But I think, like, posing with an AK, I think I would get more from that. I'm definitely getting some sort of response online from that, aren't I? You know? And as we spoke about earlier, controversy creates cash. So, are you here for Evolve? I am, but yeah, I am. Ben, I will be here for Evolve. Taker 1990 said, if you was to go to WWE Worlds, would you do autographs and photo ops? I mean, it wouldn't be the priority. My priority would be to just get loads of pictures. I mean, I'd want a picture against anything that I could get a picture with, really. So I would want to get pictures with, you know, if they've got the Funhouse set. I'd want to see what sets they've got. 2 years ago, they had the Funhouse. Last year, they had Heartbreak Hotel. So, you know, there was like a Triple H exhibition that had loads of his Ring War gear. There was a Cena thing. There was obviously the Hall of Fame exhibition. There was the Mattel stand. I'd go and see Bill, check in with Bill. And, you know, I'd just be doing stuff like that. So I feel like I'd look around the shop, of course, and I'd be filming loads of stuff, and I feel like that would be the priority. And then actually getting a picture with wrestlers. I mean, in fairness, there is, I believe, an area where you can wait and get free pictures. So they've got like this superstar place where it's mainly NXT talent, and you can like queue up, and when you get to the front of the queue, whoever it is that's there at the time, you get a picture with them, and I believe it's for free. So that it's not just paid superstars, it's main roster that you pay. But for NXT, I think, unless it's like top NXT, like Oba and Trick, but like, you know, Charlie Dempsey, Ren Sinclair, people like this, I don't think they charge people to meet those. I think they go into like the free section, right? I would do that. I mean, I love NXT. So who are they going to put out there that I'm going to be disappointed about? I mean, the only time that I would be disappointed or maybe disappointed at meeting someone is if they haven't made TV at all yet, which I doubt they would even bother putting those people on there. Or if it was someone on LFG, because I ain't watched LFG. If it was someone on LFG that hasn't debuted yet. But to be honest, even if I met them and got a picture with them, I'd just be like, oh, I hope they make it on TV because I've got the picture ready. If they do, if they show up, I'm like, you know, I actually met Betty Boobs, you know. Yeah, I've got the picture. So I'd probably be more excited about like doing that and wondering who I'm going to meet if I go for the free stuff. Actually, like paying money to meet someone, I don't know. I probably would, but we've had this conversation before, and I can't really think of any names. There's loads of people I wouldn't mind meeting. Like, I wouldn't mind meeting Lyra. I mean, great. I love Lyra's work. Brilliant. I wouldn't mind meeting... I mean, would I be down on meeting Becky? No. Would I be down on meeting Roman? No. Would I be down on meeting Seth or Punk? Or well, no, of course I wouldn't. But it becomes a bit different when you start thinking about, like, the amount of money that's involved. You know, I mean, like, to meet some of these is, like, a couple of $100. And then all of a sudden you're like, do I want to do that? Is that what I want to do? I don't know. I mean, that's a lot of money. So it's like, and that's, you know, you got to think about the money you need whilst you're there for meals and drinks and, do you know what I mean? Like, or merch maybe, or just, you know, whatever. And so it's not just like $300. I mean, I'm sure you could find a way of getting $300 if you really wanted to meet someone, but I don't know, like, I don't know. There's no one that really comes to my mind that I'd be like, oh, I've definitely got to meet them. Definitely got to meet them. I think I'd just be happy to meet anyone, really. Just, you know, hello. Do you work for WWE? No. It don't matter. Can I get a picture anyway, please? Yeah, no, I think I'd be more engaged in, like, meeting standing by the flipping sets and whatever, you know. Ben said it shows a lot of grit for UK people who are in the stream late. They probably got to work in an hour or two. It's impressive. Yeah, it's dedication, mate, honestly. I mean, the UK fans, you know, that watch live, flipping dedicated. And, you know, I did it many, many times where I'd watch the shows and then have to get up and go to work the next day. I mean, you know, sometimes there might be a show you're like, yeah, I don't need to watch that. But I'll just catch the highlights tomorrow, the results tomorrow. But, you know, if there's something that you're really invested in, then it's like you kind of can't not watch it, you know? So, yeah, loads of occasions where I would stay up and then have to get to work the next day. So I've been there for those that are doing that. I understand. I feel your pain. A. Jobson said Mercedes is defending her TBS championship against Mina at AEW 300. Denham said my 9-year-old pulled a Karrion Kross autograph from Tops 2021 yesterday. It's his favourite wrestler. Oh, that's really cool. That's brilliant. There's no one important enough for hundreds of dollars, says King Yeti. Well, King Yeti, I mean, God, you're so supportive of this channel. Psh, King Yeti. I can only imagine you could go and meet them all twice. So, coming from you, that's quite the statement. But, yeah, I don't know. There's loads of great wrestlers, and there'd be loads of great, you know, pictures you could get and meetings you could have, but I don't know. There's not... It wouldn't be, like, the main motivation. I might look at it, and I might be tempted by some if I was there, but really, off the top of my head right now, I can't really think of anything. I mean, you know, if it was, like, $50, like, meet the Wyatt 6, I mean... It's a no-brainer, isn't it? But if that's going to be like Meet the Wyatt 6, $300, well, it's a different conversation then, isn't it? So, yeah. Anyway, I need to go. I mean, we've stuck around for like an hour. We stuck around for another hour? You got another hour out of me? Jesus Christ. Got to do an opinions video. Unseen. I feel bad for Europe. I'm here complaining about commercials, says King Yeti. Oh, don't feel bad for Europe. Don't worry about Europe. They've got other problems. Wrestling Russ, shout out to you. Right, there we go. Well, I'm calling it quits. Appreciate everyone joining us, hanging around, and questions and thoughts and all of that good stuff. Don't forget, we are back tomorrow. We got a member stream, and then we're going to follow that up with Evolve. So, appreciate it. Thanks a lot for joining us. Have a good evening, and I will see you again next time. Bye for now.